Good morning, sir. Our Professor Dr. Prananda.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Good morning, Krishna sir. Sir, I think you are not audible, sir.
Rosa? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Rosa.
We have also because Dr. Shiva also, sir. We have also because our principal, sir, Professor Dr. Ramit sir. Sir, you will come or will join online?
Shall I start, sir?
Yes, Rosa.
Just a few minutes, sir. We are waiting for our principal, sir. To present.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, Amit. Where is Amit?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Be attentive. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm very much ready, sir.
Okay. We will introduce the speakers. Professor Gyaran first, then Professor Krishnan, then Dr. Krishnan Rose.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now.
Shall I start, sir?
Principal sir, also start करो. Principal ask me.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
अभी सारे registration में कोई ना. ताकि ओपन नाम ही किए. पहले चीज जो है registration करो तो. Principal So, very good morning. Warm welcome to the second day of the international conference on GST Reforms 2.0 impact on the Indian economy, issues and challenges. Organized jointly by IQAC of the One College Montai, West Bengal, India, and Indian Academic Research Association, Research Association of the SU, and registered NGO and MSB, Government of India. We have with us today's honorable dignitaries, Professor Amit Kumar Dey, Honorable Principal and Chief Techno, One College, Montai, West Bengal, India. We have with us our Honorable President of IAI, Dr. C. Paramasivam sir. The conference is happening in blended mode. We have with us our very respected international dignitary, resource person, Professor Jayaraj Sunai Singaram, Professor of Accounting and Finance, Sino British College, Staffordshire University, UK. We have with us our respected dignitary, Professor K. Krishnamurthy, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, Periyar University, and University with a A++ grade in NAP, Trichy, Tamil Nadu, India. We have with us another eminent resource person, Dr. Krishnan Rose, Associate Professor and Area Chair, Finance. Science Group of India University, Bennett University, Noida, New Delhi, India, who incidentally happens to my awarded research scholar. And we have with us the very important person of today, Dr. Tapas Kumar Tripathi, the organizing secretary of this prestigious international conference. I request Dr. Tripathi, myself Prananda, very good morning and warm welcome to you all. I request Dr. Tripathi to come up to the concept of the conference. And already the speakers are introduced. We also have Dr. Amit Goel, Assistant Professor of Commerce, Professor Purvikasmati, Mohanitala, West Bengal, India, who will act as the appropriate online. Now it's over to Dr. Tripathi.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Principal, Kumar College, Bombay. Respected Dr. Konam Dhar, Professor of Commerce, West Bengal State University. Respected Dr. Krishnendu Ghosh, eminent person for this international seminar. Today, we will start our technical station, technical 3 and 4. We have with two eminent person, Professor Joyas Sonai Singham, Faculty of Accounting and Finance from China through online, and Professor Ahmed, Professor and Dean, School of Management, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. Other eminent person also Professor Hamid Bula. Now I will start today's session by through one concept. Note, I am delighted to welcome all respected guests, keynote speakers, scholars, industry representatives, participants, physical mode and online, and members of the organizing team and others of this international conference on GST 2.0 issues and challenges with reference to Indian economy. Prior to implementation of this GST, India followed a diverse and often complicated structure of indirect taxes and different substantially from global practice. GST unified this and fragmented system and replacing the major indirect tax as a comprehensive multi-stage and value-added and destination-based tax framework. GST now serves as a single indirect tax law and governing the entire nation. India continues to integrate with the global economic landscape and strengthening its final and taxation structure and become essential. Indirect tax continue to contribute nearly 85 to 90% of the government revenue. In our economy, maximum portion of revenue comes from indirect tax rather than direct tax. Because as we know, the direct tax collected by the directly from the person who pays the income tax or professional tax, rather than indirect tax come from indirectly, and almost the entire people of our nation are part of this tax indirect tax structure. This conference seeks to offer a platform for meaningful dialogue, and this virtual conference, virtual and online, also physical mode, blended conference ranging from policy complexity and digital tax administration to fiscal federalism, state revenue, and dynamic sector-specific outcome, and rather broader economic implication of tax reforms. Contributors of our esteemed expert, they have already explained their views in yesterday's conference through physical and online mode, and today there is two sessions and many paper presenters will express their views. We trust this discuss held during this event will not only broaden our understanding of the evolving GST landscape, but also contribute thoughtful recommendation and supporters of country's economic achievement. These emerging fiscal change are particularly relevant for the academic program in finance, economics, and related fields, making the inclusion of higher education increasingly important. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extended heartfelt thanks to all participants who have engaged themselves and involved themselves and support us. The collaboration between Indian Academic and Research Association (IARA) and Robert Kumar College provide an excellent opportunity to engage with these crucial and timely economic issues, and let us strive to encourage informed dialogue and contribute to create a more streamlined, and forward-looking tax system of India. As I present in yesterday's event, there are many speakers. They express how this GST badly affect our economy and positively affect economy. I hope today's session will express it more understanding way. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tripathi, for lucidly explaining the vision and mission of the conference, which you have concept of. Now, without wasting time, first of all, we express our heartfelt gratitude to you on behalf of the organizer and also on behalf of IERA. Then I request Mr. Amit Kumar Dey, Honorable Principal, Prabhat Kumar College, Contract University of India, and Chief Patron of the conference, to say a few words.
Good morning to all. Respected Dr. Poonam Gaur, respected Dr. Kishan Bose, respected dignitaries of the dais, and your students and the public. It's a good opportunity for me to say something about today's international conference on GST 202 and challenges. As just few months ago, we have decided to organize this conference. But you know, due to so many constraints, it is quite impossible for us to organize the conference in an offline mode. So, actually, we have organized this conference in a hybrid mode, and all it goes to the Poland work, of course, in spite of so many constraints, as you are perceiving from the attendance of the hall. Here in the package of the conference, and certainly it has contributed a lot. My colleague, Dr. Tapasri already said few words about the concept of this conference, and I think this today's conference, outcome of today's conference, will give that ideas, the policymaker, to the teachers, to the student, we said yes, process. With this reward, I again welcome all of you for second day's national conference. I also welcome all the eminent professors who have been present through online. We are very much unfortunate not to have your presence offline at the college premises. But in spite of your busy schedule, you are remain present to online. It is more than anything to us. Actually, this year is the 100 years journey of this college. That's why in the 100 years, glorious 100 years journey, we are very much grateful to all of you, those who have been present in the through online and those who are offline, as well as those who are on the diet. I think in future we are able to organize this type of conference in more positive way, more successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dey, for your enlightening words. And definitely, we are also reaching our resource persons, especially the foreign resource persons from UK and outstation resource persons from Tamil Nadu and all others who are unable to attend physically, but they are very much present on the virtual platform. Without wasting time, I'll request Mr. Amit Bode to introduce the resource persons. Firstly, Mr. Diara from UK, then Dr. Krishna Kumar from Trichy, Tamil Nadu, then Dr. C. Paramachivam, our Honorable President of IAI, and Dr. Krishna Ghosh. But before that, I request Dr. C. Paramachivam sir, Honorable President IAI, is very much punctual and present all the time to say a few words at the beginning of the today's session. Sir. Dr. C. Paramachivam sir, are you there?
Yeah, please, sir.
You are audible, sir.
Yeah. Good morning to all. Most respected the Honorable All India General Secretary Dr. Pranamda, respected IARA State President and Professor of Commerce Dr. Krishna Kumar sir, respected Professor Dr. Jairaj from China, respected faculty members and paper presenters, a very warm good morning, one and all gathered here. So yesterday we started this international conference on GST 2.0, issues and challenges in Indian economy. The eminent personalities has given various inputs and informations relating to GST and its impact on Indian economy. Today also, there are two important speaker and resource person is available to share their expertise in the field of the GST, Dr. Jairaj as well as the Krishna Kumar sir. And also many participants are presenting their papers in this forum. Really, this kind of academic deliberation is very essential to discuss various updated informations, very particularly with respect to the GST and Indian economy. I hope the today's session will be eye-opening and also will give a lot of inputs and information relating to the GST. And congratulations to the organizing committee, very particularly Dr. Pranam for consistent effort and valuable contribution to organizing and success. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Our most respected Dr. C. Paramachivam sir, Honorable All India President of IARA. Thank you so much for your kind words. Now, I request Mr. Amit Bode to introduce first Professor Jairaj from Excellence. Over to Mr. Amit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning, all my respected dignitaries present over here. Myself, Amit Bode. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the second day of this international conference on GST Reforms 2.0 issues and challenges with reference to Indian economy, organized by Prabhat Kumar College, Kontai, in collaboration with Indian Academic Researchers Association. Now, first of all, I would like to convey my gratitude and my pranam to my guru, my respected supervisor, Professor Dr. Pranamdhar sir, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this conference. Now, before starting our today's session, it is my honor to formally introduce our today's first resource person, Dr. Joyrat Sonai Singaram, an experienced academician in accounting and finance. Sir has been serving as Faculty of Accounting and Finance at Sino British College, a partnership program with Staffordshire University, UK, and at Guangxi University for Nationalities, China, since 2014. Dr. Singaram completed his PhD in Commerce and Management from Madurai Kamaraj University, India. Sir also holds MPhil, MCom, and BCom degree from Madurai Kamaraj University and Madura College, affiliated to Madurai Kamaraj University. Sir has additionally completed HDCM from the Institute of Cooperative Management, Madurai, and DNCC from Applied Computer Education. Sir is also an associate member of ASA of CPA Australia. Sir has served as a PhD dissertation evaluator from, from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Andhra Pradesh, and Savita University, Law, India. Sir is an editorial board member and reviewer of several international journals and served as an international advisory board member of the International Institute of Engineers and Research. Dr. Singaram has received the Best Faculty Award at the International Conference on Sustainable Development through Innovation and Technology. So, we are honored to have you in our today's program. So now I would, without wasting much time, I'm just requesting to you, sir, please enlighten us by your heavy knowledge regarding our today's conference topic. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, everyone. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Amit. Now it's over to Professor J.R.S. President. Sir.
Sir, may I begin, sir?
Yes, sir. You can start, sir.
Okay. So good morning. First, I would like to thank
Yes, sir.
the management for organizing this platform.
You are audible, sir.
Allow me. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are very much audible, sir.
Yeah. So allow me to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me the privilege of being the conference keynote address for the international conference on GST Reforms 2.0 issues and challenges with reference to Indian economy. So, which is this 2 days international conference organized by Prabhat Kumar College, West Bengal, in collaboration with Indian Academic Researchers Associations. For me, it is an honor and pleasure. In this special occasion, I would like to honor our dignitaries, our circle of our group, the chief guest, Professor Sudipti Banerjee, former Professor of Commerce, University of Calcutta, and Honorable President, IARA West Bengal Wing. Respected Dr. C. Paramaswan Sir, Associate Professor and Research Coordinator, Thandai Periyar Government College of Arts and Science, Trichy, Tamil Nadu, and Honorable All India President of IARA. The chief patron of this program or today this conference, Dr. Amit Kumar, the Honorable Principal, Prabhat Kumar College, Kantai, East Midnapur, West Bengal, and our eminent resource persons, Professor K. Krishna Kumar, Professor and Head Department of Commerce, Periyar University, Tamil Nadu, and All India Treasurer of IARA. Professor Siddhartha Sankar Saha, Professor and former Head and former Dean, Commerce, Social Welfare and Business Management, University of Calcutta and West Bengal. Professor Anirban Ghosh, Professor and Director, School of Professional Studies, School of International Quality Assurance, Netaji Subhash Swapna University, Kolkata, West Bengal. Professor Amalendu Bunia, Professor of Commerce and former Vice Chancellor of University of Kalyani, West Bengal, India, and also Chief Editor of Indian Accounting Review. Professor Badiuddin Ahmed, Professor and Dean, School of Business Management, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, India. Respected C.A. Sima Sanjeev Das, former Director, Taxation, Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and GST practitioner, and other valuable resource persons. Dr. Partha Karmagar, Deputy Secretary, West Bengal Board of Primary Education. Professor Pranamdar, and organizing secretary of this 2 days international conference. Professor and former head director, CSDBS, West Bengal State University, All India Central Secretary, IARA. Subrata Biswas, IAS, Senior Special Secretary, Department of Agriculture, former Director, NCB Goal. Professor Indrani Rai Saudhary, Professor, Center for the Study in Regional Development, School of Social Science, Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, India, and Dr. Krishnendu Ghosh, Associate Professor of Finance, Bennett University, Noida, India. Moreover, I would like to thank my gratitude and a welcome of this 2 days international conference organizers and our IARA members, All India Secretary, and also our associations, state secretaries. In this special occasion, I would like to thank. Today's second session, especially or particularly, I would like to thank Professor and All India General Secretary, Dr. Pranamdar Sir, for giving me this opportunity to explain or deliver a small keynote address regarding GST reforms 2.0 issues and challenges with special references or reference to Indian economy. Let us begin. A short PPT I have prepared, which is more useful to the today's conference. The Goods and Services Tax, GST, which is introduced on first time 1st July of 2017, which is India's most significant indirect taxation or tax reform since independence. This indirect tax reforms bringing together multiple central and state taxes into a single unified system GST created a common national market, reduced the cascading of taxes, simplified compliance, and improved transparency. So, the introduction of this GST since our independence, we would have a lot of insights of these reforms. So I have given in the second paragraph what are the insights we are getting, we are benefiting practically through this indirect taxation. Over these 8 years, the GST has steadily evolved through rate rationalization and digitalization, becoming a backbone of India's indirect tax framework. So the GST taxation has been moving, has been going, or go ahead as well. The GST reforms also, one of our objectives to attain or to reach 2047 Viksit Bharat. So this could be practically possible as a result of rationalization and digitalization. According to our Finance Minister of India, during the 56th meeting of the GST Council, which is chaired by our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Honorable Nirmala Sitharaman, has now approved next gen GST reforms. The main focus of this next gen GST reforms focuses on improving the lives of the common man and also ensure ease of doing business for small traders and businessmen. It's also including the peddlers. According to our Prime Minister of India, he announced the government will bring next generation GST reforms, which would bring down tax burden on the common man. So the introduction of this GST reforms also benefit to the common man, particularly in the area of bring down tax burden. To reduce the tax burden, the GST support to them. The reforms would directly benefit the common man, farmers, MSMEs, women, youth, and middle class families, while strengthening India's long-term growth. So when we talk about the India's long-term growth, already our country of India has set the 2047. We are going to reach 100 years independence. Our government of India has set some targeted objectives. We are going to reach on that year. So here, this GST reforms also, which would be more beneficial to the above quoted or above mentioned persons, particularly common man, which includes farmers, medium, small and medium-sized entities, women's, youth, and middle-class families, to strengthening India's long-term growth. So let us see the GST reforms 2.0. It affects or effective from 22nd September of 2025. It represents a major overhaul of India's indirect tax system, which is aimed at simplifying compliance and reducing tax burdens. These are the two prime objectives of introducing these GSTs: simplifying the compliance and also reducing tax burdens. This shifts to a simplified structure primarily 5% and 18% slabs, with a 40% rate for luxurious and sin assigned goods. The reducing rates on essentials, automobiles, and building materials to boost consumptions. So, the GST reforms 2.0 specifies started out two slabs, 5% and 18%. Before that, the slab was different variations, now combined into two slabs, 5% and 18%. So this two slabs, which is going to, or which is reducing rates on essential goods, automobile things, building materials, particularly to boost consumptions. Once the consumption is going to boost, the demand will increase. Once the demand is increased, the manufacturers try to produce more number of products and services and supply in the market. The people will chase. At the time of more production, the GDP, the amount of GDP or percentage of GDP would also enhance or increased. As a result of GDP increased, our country of India would be able to measure our economic growth, and our economic growth which would beyond other countries, other nations like that. This is the main reason to boost consumptions. The slab converted into two rather than others, or rather than multiple. What are the key changes and impacts on GST 2.0 2025? It is a kind of simplified rate structure. Simplified rate structure. Before that, it was complicated. Different variety of GST calculated, charged, levied by the government of India on all peoples or all users. So now this replaced the previous 4-tier system. So previously, 4-tier system we've been using as well. 4-tier system with a linear structure. 5% for instance merit rate, 18% standard rate, and a new 40% rate for luxury and sin goods. For instance, which type of goods which would applicable on this 40% slab? For instance, tobacco, high-end cars. So we have only two slabs instead of 4-tier, 5% and 18%. So reduced rate on essentials, the essential things, essential products. The 2.0 GST reforms just has reduced the essential things. For instance, daily items, EST milk, paneer, and tea also are now under nil GST or 5% GST of these essential products. The essential learning materials and health and also life insurance premiums are now exempted from this tax slab. Medium, small and medium sized entities and sectoral support. The rates for textiles, footwear, and leather were lowered to 5% to support small businesses. This is also important or more important tax levy on these products because of upliftment of MSMEs and sectoral support. The government has taken keen interest to these areas. Renewable energy devices are reduction to 5% taxation. Technology-driven compliances or compliance. It enhanced with real-time invoice matching, AI-driven return check, and mandatory HSN code mapping to ensure transparency. Economic impact. is designed to boost demand, reduce inflation, and reduce litigation for businesses. So, the economic point of view, so how this GST reforms 2.0 either directly or indirectly impact on economic development, economic growth. So here the first one is tax slab, indirect tax slab, just like two slab rate, 5% and 18%. Some abnormal, luxurious sin goods will be levied 40%. So this mainly designed to boost demand, to increase the demand for a particular product and reduce inflation. Inflation is important variables to the economy. So this would definitely impact on economy. Reduce litigation for businesses. So the litigation fee, court fee, penalty related fee. In case if any customer or consumer sue against any company products, the company should give the compensation for that litigation related items. So this reforms, GST reforms 2.0 helps to the businesses, small businesses, particularly in the area of reduce litigation, then boost for automobiles and housing. This GST on small cars and two-wheelers was cut to 18%. So formerly it was 28% levied by the government of India. Now after reforms, GST reforms 2.0 in the last year, it reduced to 18%, while cement rate were reduced to 18%. Before that, it was different slabs levied by the government of India on the corporates and also encouraging home ownership. Key takeaways. So, what are the major reforms the government of India has introduced during GST reforms 2.0? Number one, GST simplified to a two slab structure, 5% and 18%. I told clearly a couple of minutes before, 5% of tax levied on which type of goods and 18% of indirect tax levied on which type of goods I told already. In point number 2, GST reforms cut taxes on household essentials, for instance, soaps, toothpaste, and Indian breads, to levied on 5% only, or sometimes some of the essential or household essential things will be nil, boosting affordability. Life-saving drugs, medicines reduced from 12% to nil or 5%, making healthcare affordable. So this life-saving drugs, medicines like that, two-wheelers, small cars, TVs, ACs, cement cut from 28% to 18%, bringing relief to middle class people. Farm machinery, irrigation equipment cut from 12% to 5%, especially to boost or helps to the rural village farmers. And tobacco, pan masala, aggregated drinks, and luxurious goods taxed at 40%. So after reforms in 2025, the government of India has levied only two slabs. Apart from that, additionally, the other only one important slab for tobacco products, 40%. So 5%, 18%, and 40%. What are the 7 pillars of next gen GST reforms? Point number one, the first pillars, one nation, one tax. That means that is alternative called unified structure. The unified structure or one nation, one tax policy, which would strengthening the foundation with the unified system across India, expanding the taxpayer base and simplifying compliance. The second pillar, simpler two-tier system, rate rationalization, moving to a two-slab structure. Just now I said 5% slab and 18% slab. This was replaced the 12% and 28% rates. Formerly, the 5% indirect taxation was 12%, and the 18% current GST was 28%. The 12% and 28% slab rate after reform GST reforms 2.0 in 2025, the government of India has revised to 5% and 18% as well. The third pillars, smoother duty and refunds, correcting inverted duty structures and implementing faster digital first processing for refunds to improve liquidity for businesses. So this area, the third pillar, smoother duty and refunds, particularly helps to the business entity or organization, especially manufacturing industries and its liquidity problems. The fourth pillars named as tech-enabled filing, utilizing AI-driven risk detection and e-invoicing for end-to-end digital compliance, including easy registration for low-risk businesses. So the fourth pillar. The fifth pillar focuses on consumers. The priority goes to consumers. That means that all the consumers would expect from the government low taxation, so lowering GST rates on essential items, household goods and services to reduce the cost of living and boost consumptions. The cost of living, once if it reduces, automatically the people living, cost of living will be reduced and live with very happy, and they would chase whatever they want without practical difficulties chase from the markets. These are consumer base. The sixth pillar, empowering MSMEs and manufacturing areas. So this GST reforms support to manufacturing areas in the sixth pillar. So here already our government of India already set it, Make in India. So the MSME and the manufacturing sector helps to this sixth pillar. The seventh one, stronger states, stronger Bharat, also one of the Viksit Bharat aim of our nation. The GST reforms revenue. So the GST revenue collection from 2017, already I told or pointed out, the GST first time collected is the oldest taxation system. At the same time, it was very popular on 2017. The 2017 onwards, we have a steady increase in these GST areas, with the government crossing the 1.6 lakhs crore mark per month is a revenue. The highest ever GST collection was recorded in April 2024 at 2.10 lakh crores. The government of India has collected in the form of GST, the highest ever GST collection. It's showcasing a strong compliance framework and economic recovery. This is an example. The government has crossed the 1.6 lakh growth mark per month since GST was implemented in July 2017, with the annual revenue collection seeing steady growth. So here I have taken how much GST amount collected by the government of India under various slabs from 2017 onwards. I have given GST collection in India from its inception in July 2017 to 2024. For the academic year 2017 to 18, 7.19 lakh crores the government has collected. 2018 to 2019, 11.77 lakh crores. In that way, 2019 to 2020, 10.71 lakh crores. 2020 to 2021, 11.37 lakhs crores. 2021 to 2022, 13.63 lakhs crores. 2022 to 2023, 15.44 lakhs crores. 2023 to 2024, 20.80 lakhs crores. And for the year 2024 to 25, the government of India has collected or received GST totally 22.08 lakhs crores. GST reforms revenue and fiscal policy. Point number 1, the GST reforms has significantly impacted India's fiscal policy and economic performance. How the economic performance will enhance with the help of this GST, I told. The introduction of GST or reforms of GST in 2025, the primary focus is boost the consumptions. When the government of India or government boosts the consumptions from the public, automatically their demand will increase. Once the demand, if it increases, the manufacturers must produce a more number of products and supply in the market. The other extreme end, when the manufacturers are going to produce high volume of products, more products than the normal one, more number of employees required to finish the products. So employment opportunity will increase. So in this way, the GST reforms 2.0, either directly or indirectly, which would impact on economic performance. Then number 2, the introduction of 2 slab structures, 5% and 18%, has simplified the tax system, making it more transparent and easier to navigate for both businesses and the consumers. Point number 3, this simplification is expected to reduce the classification disputes that were a common source of friction and litigation under previous regime. So just now we have seen the 2.0 GST reforms helps to the small business organization or MSMEs, particularly in the area of boost the consumption or increase the demand and also reduce the litigation based expenses. So this is the main benefit. The 4th point, the reforms have also led to a reduction in the tax burden to a common man, farmers, MSMEs, women, youth, and middle class families, while strengthening India's long-term growth. So the long-term growth, already India has been moving, has been applying, has been using 6 macroeconomic objectives. And also India set or fix the target or objectives for 2047 in the head of Viksit Bharat 2047. The point number 5, the GST Council has recommended a comprehensive reform package that includes rate rationalization with a simplified 2 slab structure, sweeping rate reductions across sectors and focus on common man, labor intensive industries, farmers, and agricultures. Point number 6, the GST Council has confirmed that the compensation chess, which was introduced to protect state revenues during GST rollout, will be passed out. Revenue impact and policy. The revenue impact, the government estimated a gross revenue loss of approximately 93,000 crores due to rate cuts, but expected 45,000 crores in additional revenue from the 40% sin and also luxurious goods taxation slab. Number 2, net fiscal effect. While some report suggested a net loss of around 48,000 crores, the SBA research indicated a much lower net revenue loss of 3,700 crore due to higher tax buoyancy and increased consumptions. Point number 3, the growth focused policies. The reforms 2.0 are designed to boost consumptions, which is estimated to increase by 70,000 crores, and strengthen the manufacturing sector by correcting the inverted duty structure. Point number 4, the compensation chess passed out. The compensation chess is being passed out and merged into GST rates for most items, with it remaining only for specific products to settle outstanding loans. GST influence on fiscal policies and economic performance in India. The GST significantly impacts India's fiscal policy by creating a unified, transparent tax system that expands the tax base and boosts government revenues through better compliance and formalization. According to O. Gupta 2024, he found through his research. Economically, it has enhanced efficiency by eliminating cascading taxes, promoting a national common market, reducing logistics cost, and improving the ease of doing business, contributing to increased investments and a long-term positive impact on GDP growth, which is obtained and got it from his personal research by Mongia and Singh 2025. GST has been central to India's fiscal consolidation since it's rolled out, with gross GST collections rising to 22.08 lakhs crores in financial year 2024 to 25, which is increased to 9.4 point compared with the last year, which is reflecting continued formalization and stronger compliance, which is researched by Sodawala and Singh 2023 through his research. As revenue strengthened, the union fiscal deficit narrowed to a revised 4.8% of GDP in financial year 24-25 from 5.6% in financial year 23 to 24, underscoring how buoyant indirect taxes have supported consolidation alongside expenditure discipline, which is given by OECD 2025. Relevance of GST to fiscal consolidation and economic growth. Compliance architecture upgrades, most notably the expansion of e-invoicing to all businesses with turnover greater than 5 crores from August 2023 have tightened the audit trail and helped sustain collections growth through financial year 2025. Together, these shifts shows GST functioning as a durable pillar of indirect tax revenue that has materially aided India's glide path on deficits, which is given by Singh and Singh 2025. On growth, CST contributes indirectly by stabilizing revenues, which lowers financing risk and preserves space for public capex while reducing logistics and interstate frictions. Yoganandam et al. In the year 2025 contributed. India's baseline or real GDP for the financial year 2024 to 25 grew by 6.5%, nominal value which is equal to 9.8%, while construction and other formal supply chain heavy sectors maintained positive momentum in landscape, with the most supportive aspect of GST's credit chain and unified market. In the early rebound years, GST growth outpaced nominal GDP, Beyonce greater than 1, before maturing to near GDP pacing in financial year 2024-25. This pattern is typical as base effects fade and compliance saturates, according to Van Limbert and Vienneck 2017. Maintaining growth-friendly buoyancy now depends on steady rate, ITC rationalization, and faster refunds, which can further cut working capital frictions for firms and exporters while keeping the revenue engine reliable by Heads 2025. Impact of fiscal federalization and economy. For instance, the state revenue concerns. Several states expressed concern over potential revenue losses. Based on this, GST 2.0 reforms. Most of the states expressed concerns over potential revenue losses, demanding stronger safeguard to uphold the spirit of cooperative federalization. To enhance this reform supported by technologies like AI-driven analytics, e-invoicing, and invoice management system aims to increase compliance and reduce evasion, and also strengthening the overall revenue base. When we look into the long-term outlook, these reforms are expected to drive long-term economic growth by making the tax system more predictable, transparent, and aligned with global standards. So, what are the fiscal policy implications of this reforms 2.0? First, let us consider fiscal consolidation. Our union budget 2025 to 2026, the targets a fiscal deficit of 4.4% of GDP, which is down from 4.8% in the previous year, supported by high revenue buoyancy. For instance, number one, inflation control. The GST rate cuts on essential goods are expected to lower CPI inflation by approximately 65 to 75 BBS over financial 26 to 27. Point number two, the impact on states. While the central government expects higher revenues due to buoyancy, states with high consumption of items that shifted from 28% to 18% might face initial revenue pressures, it necessitating adjustments in expenditure. Number three, budget 2026 to 27 outlook. The focus is on continuing digital trade facilitation, reducing litigation, and deepening the reforms in which is initiated in 2025. So now come to the conclusion on revenue and fiscal policy. Based on recent analysis of goods and services tax, that means GST reforms, through 2025 2.0, the overarching conclusion is GST has transitioned from disruptive implementation phase from 2017 to 2020 into a mature, stable pillar of India's fiscal policy, which is driving both revenue growth as well as formalization of the economy. The 2025 reforms, GST 2.0, focusing on simplifying the structure. Simplify means, I told already, I have given an example also. So before that, the tax slab was 4. The 4 slab restructured into 2 slab now. 5%, 18%, and very non-essential goods. For instance, tobacco related products, 40%. So simplifying the structure and also moving forward a 2-rate system, 5% and 8%, to boost consumption and reduce business compliance cost also. The revenue stability and growth. The GST has proven to be highly buoyant, with collections significantly increasing. That means it reaching 22.08 lakh crores in the financial year 2025. This revenue growth has supported fiscal consolidation, which is helping union fiscal deficit narrow. Rationalization and simplifications. The 2025 reforms rationalized the complex 4-tier structure into a simplified systems, 5% merit rate and 18% standard rate, to reduce compliance burdens, minimize disputes, that means minimization of litigation expenses to a small business organization, and boost competitiveness among the business entities, particularly for MSMEs. Fiscal federalism, while initial implementation caused revenue uncertainty for states, the long-term trend indicates that strengthening of cooperative federalism. However, success still depends on efficient IGST settlements and a timely compensation mechanism. What are the economic impact of this GST reforms 2.0? The reforms have reduced the cascading effect of taxes, leading to a lower logistical cost and promoting a unified national market. It has strengthened manufacturing and construction, although some sectors still face high compliance burdens. What are the future directions of this reforms, GST reforms 2.0? The ultimate goal of these reforms is to foster an inclusive, transparent, and technology-driven tax regime via e-invoicing and digital compliance that supports sustainable economic growth. That sustainable economic growth which would helps to the government of India or helps to us to attain the budgeted objective in 2047 Viksit Bharat mission. Once again, I would like to thank for giving me this opportunity in this 2 days international conference as a keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a great presentation, and it's lovely to see that not being in India, from UK, we have made an in-depth study on the GST Reform 2.0 and its impact on the fiscal policy and as a whole on the Indian economy. With your excellent knowledge, experience, and skills. So we extend our heartfelt regards and gratitude to respected Professor P.R.M. sir for your not being there in spite of the difference in the timeline, and there is a huge gap in the timeline between India and UK. But you were diligently and sincerely present half an hour before the scheduled time and spent your valuable time and also enchanted the audience with your knowledge, skill, and expertise. We again express our heartfelt regards and gratitude, not only by words, but in this August gathering. I happily announce that this year IARA Research Excellence Award goes to none other than Professor J.R. Sunai Singham for your excellent contribution in research. So have a big applause for him, and we take the responsibility to confer you the award through post and at your convenient place. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us for so long as an important associate of IERA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Mr. Amit Bole to first of all introduce Professor Krishna Kumar in a repeated manner and then call Krishna Kumar sir for his valuable delivery. It's over to Amit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, all my respected dignitaries present over here. It is my privilege to introduce our second resource person, Dr. K. Krishna Kumar, Associate Professor and Head IC, Department of Commerce, Periyar University, Salem, Tamil Nadu, India. Sir holds MCom, MPhil, MBA, and PhD degree with 21 years of teaching, 16 years of research, and 6 years of industrial experience. Sir has published over 120 research articles and authored 2 textbooks, Marketing and Practical Auditing. Sir leads an ICSSR founded major research project and has presented paper at more than 150 conferences. Sir has guided 9 PhD scholars, delivered more than 85 invited talks. Sir serves as editor, reviewer, and academic leader. Dr. K. Krishnakumar is a life member of the Indian Accounting Association and the Indian Academic Researchers Association, and he has registered 9 copyright for his research model and serves as associate editor and editorial board member of various journals. Sir has received several prestigious awards, including the Bharat Jyoti Award, Best Citizen of India Award, Best Research Advisor Award, Best Social Scientist, and many more. And not but the least, Best Educationalist in India Award from reputed institutions. So, this is a brief introduction of Dr. K. Krishnakumar. So, without wasting much time, I'm requesting to Dr. K. Krishnakumar, sir, please enlighten us by giving your knowledge into this GST Reform 2.0 topic. Over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible,
Sir,
sir.
am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I congratulate the organizers for conducting the seminar on International Conference on GST Reforms 2.0, Issues and the Challenges with reference to Indian economy. And in this occasion, I thank the principal of Prabhat Kumar College and All India President Professor Paramaswaram, Secretary Professor Pranam Dar, and Sweet Banerjee, then Amit Kumar Dey, the principal of this institution, and fellow colleagues, fellow research person, Professor Jairaj, and the other dignitaries who are participating in this conference. Actually, the topic of my discussion is GST 2.0, social and cultural impact. In the previous presentation, personally by Professor Jairaj, clearly, statistically pointed everything about the, all the inputs and the expected outputs of GST 2.0. Here I am going to discuss about something, cultural impact. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is very much visible, sir.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Actually, to make the tax regime citizen-centric, boost agricultural, health and manufacturing, and improve the, doing of business, and make the business easy. We need some kind of reform continuously. So this is a systematic continuous process to develop the economy of the country by the way of, tax payment. Actually, as you know very well, that 27 September 2021, we received a GST 2.0 and they implement all the things in the most prominent way. The core purpose is to make the tax system very easy and in turn it will helpful for the Indian citizen and the business people and even for the government to process the tax system in a comprehensive way. It is a system we are following for reducing the cascading effects and we supposed to go for simplified process on comprehension and more transparency. So past 8 years, we are looking at after the implementation of GST, there is a gradual growth. The, by the way of implementing digitalization and other technological aspects of the tax system, which helps the government and also the business people and the public who can find that through the transparency, there is a system which is highly appreciable and acceptable after the tax payment. So that is very important. That we should appreciate. And why we need reform in taxation very often. Actually, once we had a multiple taxation system, people is lot many complications and also highly inconvenient to the general public in their consumption. Apart from that, raw materials sometimes maybe taxed over the solicited products in some industries and directly affects distorting the prices. So that is also the very complex issue. We supposed to, we know that the face with many issues and many, discrepancies on that. And recently, also one of the prominent factors which affects the businessman in a very high manner because of that they are not in a position to get back that, advanced taxes very easily. Then, lot of disputes on the backlog. More than 40% cases are in GST tribunal due to complex law. So there is a discrepancy, there is a consultation between the central government and the central government regarding tax payments and getting back the amount and so many things. But hope that this 2.0 definitely will help and attempt to in the system and reduce the disputes and make compliances very painlessly and also it will be helpful for every stakeholder in paying the tax. And this is the system, the global comparison of GST structure. So India is having highest, that is 28% and Canada has the lowest slab. And in 2.0, it is looking forward towards a stronger economy, developing a stronger economy. So 5% for essential commodities, 18% for almost all the goods and services, which are all standard items, and 40% for demerit rate. Demerit rate, they clearly mentioned that demerit rate. For usually for luxury goods and still goods. It may be for tobacco, alcohol, such a kind of product. And GST reforms 2025 only for common man, just for businesses. Yes, it is simplified to two slab structure, particularly for already detailed explained by Professor Gerard. Well, even though just little bit I'm going to touch it, and it cuts taxes on household essentials, particularly so our day to day, particularly first May consumer goods and consumer package is food and eatable, and 12% on 12% in mill or 5% maximum healthcare affordable. So life saving drugs and medicines reduced from 12% to nil or 5%, depending upon the utility and depending upon the taxes requirement. So some cases the tax rate is zero, or some cases it will be around 5% only. And two-wheeler, small car, TV, everything almost once all those things are called as luxurious goods. Now it comes under the category of, a 12% category. It will provide a good relief for the middle class. It will not have minor decision very easy, and also consumer purchase decision and the consumer purchase will be more and more. And farm machinery, irrigation equipment cut from 12 to 5%, which helps the farmers for performing their agricultural activities in a most prominent way. And as you know, tobacco, pan masala, the luxury goods tax 40%. Then under GST 2.0, tax relief for essential goods. Then consumer goods also reduced. And particularly they are focusing on manufacturing and green energy adoption and boost domestic demand. So this is the order of today. Manufacturing, promote green energy adoption. The government of India also provide a lot of subsidies and schemes for the green energy consumption and sustainable consumption and many more things. And also one of the important thing is through this two-point slab tax slab system, the consumer domestic demand will be increased. If the domestic demand increases, automatically it will be reflected on the manufacturing and also the services, where we can find a lot of innovation, and it may be turned into the startup, which will be helpful for the overall economic development. And medical healthcare devices. So that also completely almost 23 life-saving drugs has been reduced from 12 to nil. 23 life-saving drugs. This is very important. So that every day all the Indian citizens for to reach all the people, they can get the medical benefits and they can get the drugs in a cheaper cost. And in fertilizers also, fertilizers such as sulfuric acid, nitric acid and ammonia used to reduce 18 to 5%. Because of through this reduction, the small farmers or agricultural laborers, they could be able to buy their fertilizers and steroids for their agricultural products, and it will help for that is called agricultural produce, production of increase of agricultural produce, and there we can find domestic production in a higher manner. Another important thing is trade facilitation and dispute resolution. The appellate tribunal will be operational by December 2025, you know very well. So through this process, through this tribunal, we can process the dispute and litigations very easily, particularly for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. This will be helpful for getting their tax back and also for further tax exemption and other benefits. And so this is the slide which I am focusing on: cultural influence, social justice, progressive impact, and in Indian reality. Actually, cultural influence. Once we are having a problem of tax avoidance and tax evasion, many things you know very well. But this GST system, System Services Tax, it helps the lifestyle potentially reinforcing trade exclusively. That is very important. Now, through the system of CGST and SGST, whatever the tax paid by the state government, part of the amount will be returned back. It will be helpful for the development of the state. And that by the way of implementing that is called a new tax regime, which helps the taxpayers in a prominent way to curtail many complicated things. Automatically, system of the paying taxes is order of the day. The very people they are agreeing with that paying tax. And another one is social justice. Lower GST for the essential goods aims to reduce inequality, but corporate profit is uncertain. So that is very important. Through this system, lower the tax slab on the tax rate, which will help the common man, particularly the people those who are living in below poverty line or in marginalized sector, they can get, tax reduction, and it will be helpful for increasing their buying pattern and buying power. And regressive impact. Indirect taxes may disproportionately burden the poor, benefiting capitalist producers. That is also very important. Once there was a concept that the tax burden is directly affecting the general public through the cascading effect and many more things. So GST 2.0 mostly reduces all those hurdles and inconveniences. And the Indian reality, GST reforms can narrow some inequalities while reinforcing the other. So today, while implementing the previous slab system, there are lots of studies, lot of researches were conducted, and every research they mentioned and they brought out something about the inconveniences and the struggles faced by the general public as well as the business people. But this two slab system definitely will help that narrow down the inequality. That is very important. It will be it will be beneficial for both manufacturer side, even general public, as well as the government too. And so we want to see the benefits of GST. So this is a destination-based tax. Collected abroad the goods and services are consumed, benefiting the businesses with better cash flow and the working capital. So everything will be in order. So through this system, destination-based system, it is good for all the stakeholders and easy of doing business. So once now, as per the current scenario, every quarter the business people supposed to file the tax through online, GST through online. So automatically, year-ending pressure will be reduced, and they can do the businesses very carefully and systematically and with a transparent manner. So Match in India. So this is one of the important aspects. So through this GST system, there are a lot of domestic good competitive. We can match our domestic products up to the standard of international. So that is very important. So the manufacturers and the new service sector may be evolved and it may be helpful for the India to develop further. And exports are also possible. So through the system, we can promote the exports and the revenue also. So we are looking at our GDP will be increased in fact 32%, very strong. And so this is the system. In 2020-21, we had a 11.37 lakh of growth, and within 2 years we reached 22.08. Now we are expecting more through the 2.7 system. The tax payment will be additionally better. In the next year we can find it. So benefits of next gen GST. So through this system, the tax burden will be reduced. So the prices may be reduced. We can find that there are a lot of products, particularly TV, car, two-wheeler, and many of the products prices are decreased, and there may be the possibility of higher demand. And cheaper goods and services increase the household savings and stimulate consumption. Already mentioned that successfully know that the consumption may be increased because of reduced prices and also other benefits. Support for MSME. Then reduce the rate on inputs like cement, auto parts, and handicraft, lower costs, and make small business more competitive. So the tax once it was a burden, but now the tax it may not be considered as a burden. it is mandatory, and because of this reduction of tax slabs, it will help the MSMEs for further production, improve their production, and improve their business activity, and it will help and it will reach meet out the consumer demand. Automatically, in turn, will improve the or enhance the Indian economy. The new way of living. The two-rate structure means fewer disputes, quicker decisions, and simpler compliance. So there is no other discrepancy because previously there was a lot of confusion about that. The system confuses the general public and also the government. To take decisions very in a complicated manner, and there are a lot of discrepancies. So all those things may be reduced. And whether tax net simpler and encourages compliance, expanding the tax base and improve revenue. Definitely, only two ways, only two systems, two slots. Automatically, the clear-cut understanding may be evolved among the general public as well as the traders and the businessmen. So the system will be understood by all, and accordingly they can play. So support for manufacturing, correcting inverted duty structure, boost domestic value addition and export. Yeah, for manufacturing also. Once for manufacturing, we supposed to pay huge amount for input tax, many things, but all those things may be reduced because of this two-way slab system. And revenue growth, definitely we can see the revenue growth for everyone, and economic momentum. Low cost, which enhances higher demand, and the higher demand entails a large tax base, and through the large base, the revenue will be strong, and finally, it will be sustainable growth, and finally, social production. So, through the assumption of GST on insurance and the essential nations, strengthens the household security and access to healthcare. So the government is taking much effort to taking care of the healthcare of the Indian citizens. So those things will be definitely helpful. And why these reforms is a welcome step. First one is simplification. From complex multiple slab structure to cleaner and rationalized market. It can be accepted by all, definitely. It satisfies every Indian citizen and also every business people. Release to household. Essentials are tax free. Daily use items are just 5%. So there is a very, very highly welcomable one. And the boost to consumption. Lower burden on essential translates to higher disposable income. So consumption pattern will be improved. Consumption, the consumer consumption and spending pattern also will be improved because of lower. And the equity in taxation. Those consuming luxury or harmful products near the higher tax. Only for the luxury and the harmful products, that is called still products, are supposed to pay higher tax. So that may be, that may not bother by the common man. And the easy of complaint. Fewer slots reduces disputes, complaints, and confusion. Automatically, because of this slot system, every confrontation reduced. And performance so far. So extraction of tax bank. In the during the year, taxpayers base was during the year 2017, 66.15 lakh. But now it has increased to 1.51 crore. It reflecting that the greater formalization of the economy. We are having the system. The system is followed by everyone. Once there was the system followed by the business people and the common man about how to avoid the tax. But now everybody they are willing to pay the tax. And the record revenue growth. Financial year 2024-25, we saw that 22.8 lakh crore in gross GST collection, doubling in just 4 years with the GST of 80%. In economic confidence, rising collections and the active taxpayers reflect stronger compliance, improved system, and robust economic fundamentals. That is all of today. We can find the economic system of the country through the tax only. Now it has slowly streamlined and it will make a systematic process. And here, the system is there. New liberal business welfare, joint system theory, and the comparative sociology. In first one, GST blends neoliberal aims with the welfare dimension. So this system automatically aims to welfare dimension. So ordinary common man, a general public should be benefited through the tax system. In GST 2.0, they are attained. And world system theory. GST strengthens India's semi-peripheral position. Yes, our economy is moving upward. We are moving forward. And we are marching towards our goal in the attainment of 2047. And the comparative sociology, India GST is adopted to is federal society. Yes, it is adopted for our society. Through this system, our economy, our country, social and the federal system should be developed very well. And seven pillars of next gen GST reforms. Professor Jairaj clearly pointed out that here the first point is GST structure. Built on GST, strengthening framework and promoting unified taxation nationwide. This is the order of today. GST 2.0 definitely will help for attaining GST success. And the base expansion. Expanded taxpayer base improves compliance, revenue, and formalizes the economy. So through the improvement of taxpayer base, automatically it will be reflected on the economic revenue development, and the revenue development will be helpful for formalizing the country's economy. And the simplicity is lot. So two-tier GST rate makes taxation simpler and transparent. Previously, there are some complications are there, but now that every struggles and the complications and there is called the controversies may be avoided through this simplified law. Revenue growth, this is very important. The rationalization rate stimulate demand and it will enhance the spending. If the spending is more, we can find the industrial growth and further revenue development. And tax uniformity. One nation, one tax. So the ensures the consistent rates across all states. So we supposed to follow the same tax system everywhere in the India, and the maybe a gradual growth of all the states. Overall, it will be helpful for the nation's economical development and the consumer's priority. Essential gets 0 to 5. Household income 13%, boosting affordability. So almost 5% tax slab, we can get everything. 0 to 5%, we can get everything. Something we need richer, we can go for 18%. And so this is highly acceptable and highly, a system that we have to follow by every Indian citizen. And MSME support. Corrected by duly, corrected due to success, MSME is promoted like in India. Already mentioned in previously that we have to, we have to develop our own manufacturing system. We have to develop our own product. That's why the government of India taking many initiatives in, to encourage and promote innovations from the students side. The way of conducting the Ministry of Education is very fond of introducing many things about promoting students' innovation. Innovation may be converted as a prototype. The prototype may be converted as a business model. If the budding researchers, budding students, they are able to turn their business ideas into business, automatically we can reach that is called Make in India concept very easily. And why is GST is a milestone? Subsumed 17 different taxes and 13 taxes into one uniform tax. And eliminated tax on tax. Previously, they had about the system that find that this kind of thing. And they created a simple national market with the common rates and the procedure. Single national market, maintaining, promoting, and sustaining with a single national market with the common rates and the procedure. Then simplify the compliances and the improved transparency. That is order of today. Then symbolize the economic integrations of the country. So the core purpose of taxation is the development of Indian economy, development of the economy of the country. So that will be possible by the way of implementing GST 2.0. And in conclusion, the adoption of simplified GST structure and the wider-ranging rate reductions marks a new chapter in India's tax journey. Now the people are very happy. The people are ready to buy. They are happy with the purchase. Previously, while introducing the GST in the year 17, the tax system it gives burdens for the common man for their purchase. Now it reduces and it supports and promotes consumer purchase behavior. And by focusing on affordability for citizens, competitiveness for businesses, and transparency in compliances, these reforms make GST not just a tax system, a catalyst for inclusive prosperity and economic transformation. Yes, this system definitely helps you for that economic transformation of our country because almost all the people, those who are paying the tax, they are now agreeing with the system, they are ready to follow the system, and they are ready to involve all the practices of this, which will helpful for the development of a country as whole. And effective from 22nd September 2025, the reform that is reform India's commitment to building a simpler, fairer, and growth-oriented GST framework, ensuring both ease of living for people and a space of doing business for enterprise. So almost 50% for the people, 50% for the business people, and by balancing both the things, automatically we can find the economic growth of the country. If a country is economically developed, we will be in proper position. So they will come. We are waiting for that. So from this, I conclude my presentation. In this occasion, I also totally thank the organizers for conducting this wonderful seminar. And thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Abu. Thank you, Professor Krishna, sir, for your in-depth study on this GST Reform 2.0. And we express our heartfelt regrets and gratitude on behalf of the organizers and IARA because not only you are the eminent resource person and speaker from Indian University, a very senior professor, but also since the beginning, Professor Krishna is the honorable treasurer of IARA. So we again express our heartfelt regards and gratitude to Professor Krishna, and we are happy to announce that this year the Research Excellence Award 2026 is conferred to Professor Krishna for his excellent piece of researches over the years. So have a big applause for him. Thank you, sir. We are honored. And now,
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
yes, sir, please. Sir, please say something. Mr. Kumar, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Professor Jayalan, sir, will you say something? So, we are officially moving to our technical session here for March and the paper presentation session. In this session, we have in all 7 papers, starting with papers authored by Dr. Amit Kungu and Dev Kumar Kewal. Then paper by Puri Dhara, Vidhan Vaidya and Prananga online. Then research paper by Dr. Arun Mondol from Bangladeshi College, Kolkata. Then research paper by Pamita Sahu and Dr. Amit Kumar Dev Then research paper by Tapas Kumar Tripathi, Dr. Tapas Kumar Tripathi. Then research paper by Rajkumar Rana, Pranam Dhar, and Shanta Saha. So just we are altering because Rajkumar Rana is very busy with the logistics, starting with the presentation by Rajkumar Rana, then Devkumar. And as both the technical sessions are marked, so everybody will get 5 minutes time, 4 minutes presentation, 1 minute interaction. And there are two best paper awards for these months, section 3 and 4. So Rajkumar Rana, please start. You can share your screen and then start your presentation. Please share your screen first. Then there are other papers by Pankita Barlow, Professor Institute of Healthcare Management, and other paper by Ranjit Barlow. He is not also present today. So our paper presenter here will be Pankita Barlow. We will be calling one by one. Hello. Hello.
Good morning, respected chairperson sir and co-chairperson sir. Myself Rajkumar Rana, research scholar, Department of Commerce, West Bengal State University. Today I am going to present our research paper on behalf of my respected sir, Professor Pranam Dhar sir, titled Women Entrepreneurship as a Driver of Empowerment in Science of West Bengal. Today's world, a nation's development is defined not only by economic progress.
Just one thing that as myself is hearing the session, so I am officially withdrawing my name as a part of research ethics from the research level.
In rural India, where the meaningful inclusion, empowerment, and particularly in rural India, where the meaningful inclusion and empowerment of women potential remain underutilized, this study therefore examines women entrepreneurship in North 24 Parganas, exploring how their investment behavior, household bargaining power, and socio-economic background collectively shape their journey towards empowerment and economic transformation. Hello. Innovative capacity drives national economic development, and women like men play an essential role for progressive society. Although over 70% of Indian populations live in village, significant share of rural women remain underutilized. Women entrepreneurship includes identifying opportunities, assuming financial risk, fostering self-reliance, promoting social change, and contributing to sustainable development. It is a vital pathway for gender equality, economic growth, and societal transformation. Coming to my literature review part, due to shortage of time, I am not able to explain in details of this literature review. Coming to the next part, that is research gap. After having a minute of details available literature, and also after going through the types of analysis made on the literature, we come up to the specific conclusion that no such in-depth study had been made with the respect to district of North 24 Parganas district and Greater Kolkata, which could not put stress on women empowerment on the basis of women entrepreneurship in the state of West Bengal. Coming to the next part, that is objective of my present study. Firstly, to attend the study, how a woman's tendency to invest safer investment project can be linked to her desire to raise her bargaining position in the household. Secondly, the socio-economic background of women entrepreneur in the district of North 24 Parganas. Thirdly, the nature of business of women entrepreneur is to be analyzed, and fourth, the effectiveness of service provided by the government, bank, and the organization relating to the entrepreneurship development program is to be assessed. Finally, we propose to find out the way and means to have a healthy growth of healthy, healthy growth of a small entrepreneur in West Bengal, particularly in the district of North 24 Parganas, of the models that may be prescribed from the application in a specific situation. This is my research methodology of the present study. Firstly, research approach. It is a based on systematic research approach study using predefined methodology to collect, analyze, and interpret documents. Method use. I have used three methods. Firstly, the interview method. Second, observation method, and lastly, literature review method. Next is nature of data. Data, the primary data which is collected directly interview using pre-designed. These are my data. Coming to the demographic profile, that is age distribution, most of the respondents fall within the age group of 31 to 40, indicating that mid-career women are actively engaging in business. The smallest group is below 20 years and showing the low early age entrepreneurship in the district. Next is religion. A majority of respondents are Hindu, followed by Muslim 22%. This reflects the religious composition commonly seen in North 24 Parganas district. Next is marital status, that is more than half of are married, that is 5%, suggesting that entrepreneurship is pursued.
செமினார்
Mr.
முடிஞ்சு நம்ம பசங்க பண்ணி முடிச்சிட்டோம். அந்த பேப்பர் என்னடா 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 கவுண்ட்
দেখাচ্ছে তো অডিওটা ক্লিক করো মিউট করে দাও হ্যাঁ এবার বলো
Next is research specific question, that is
Q&A and conclusion. Yes.
now coming to the conclusion part of my study. First, key findings: women entrepreneurs growth is influenced by the self-efficiency, family or social support, financial accessibility, skills, and institutional support. Second, significant predictor, that is logistic regression. Government and institution support is the only statistically significant predictor of the business growth when demographic control are applied. Next is implication: personal confidence, financial access, and skill matter, but measurable entrepreneurial success depends heavily on institutional framework. Now coming to the overall conclusion of my study: stronger policies, accessible schemes, and targeted institution assistance are essential for accelerating women-led enterprise growth. Problem faced by the women entrepreneur, that is paucity of capital. Women face several shortage of working capital. Second is marketing challenges, high competition, lack of market access or marketing strategy make it difficult for women to sell their products effectively. Third is non-availability of raw materials, difficulty in the obtaining good quality raw materials at a reasonable price and on time hampers production and product quality. Next is lack of permanent business space. Many women lack a permanent shop, are forced to sell on footpaths or fairs, reducing income and limiting eligibility for formal credit. Next is recommendation: strengthen institutional support, increase awareness, accessibility, and implementation efficiency of government. Next is capacity building programs, improve financial literacy, digital skill, and business management training through agencies and financial institutions. Next is solution to the problem faced by the women entrepreneur. Access to finance in case of finance, low interest loan subsidies, and VC support for women-led business entrepreneurs, promote investors awareness for funding for women entrepreneurs, encourage microfinance and crowdfunding, gender bias and stereotype. That is awareness and educational campaigns break gender norms, mentorship program led by successful women leader, anti-discrimination policy in workplace and financial institutions. Thirdly, the limited networking and mentorship. Join women-centric business networks and participate in acceleration in incubator programs, work-life balance issues, flexible work hour, remote work option, affordable and accessible childcare support. Fifthly, skill gap and training needs. Workshop on leadership, digital marketing finance, training on digital tools, e-commerce, AI and technology skills. Next, policy and institutional support, tax incentives for women-owned business, procurement quotas for reserving a share for women-run enterprise.
Thank you, Rajkumar, for your lucid presentation. But due to paucity of time, we could not face all your findings. Thank you. Have a big round of applause for you. Now we invite Devkumar Keval, for his jointly authored paper with Dr. Rahul Kundu, on government university.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, respected chairpersons and professors and audience. Myself, Devkumar Keval. As sir has told, I am a research scholar from Government University under Professor under Dr. Amit Kundu. This is. Devkumar Keval. So, as the research article, the topic impact of GST on the Indian economy and econometric analysis.
4 minutes.
Okay,
So please all skip all these things.
Okay.
Go to your objective, methodology, findings, and conclusion.
Okay, so let me tell a very little about introduction, as it has been earlier told in the yesterday's session that when GST was implemented, and GST was implemented and 17 major indirect tax was come under the one roof, that is in GST, and this study attempts to analyze the impact of GST on macroeconomic variables of Indian economy using econometric tool and secondary data, focusing on the key indicators such as GDP growth, indirect tax revenue, consumption, and government expenditure. This is my objective, to examine the trends in indirect tax revenue before and after GST implementation, to analyze the impact of GST on GDP growth in India, to estimate the effect of GST on tax buoyancy using econometric techniques, to assess short-run macroeconomic adjustment following GST implementation. And these are my hypotheses. GST has no significant impact on indirect tax revenue in India. GST has no significant impact on GDP growth rate. And GST has no significant effect on tax buoyancy. So these are the data sources that I have taken data from Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Reserve Bank of India handbook. These are my data sources, and these are the variables that I have used: GDP, indirect tax revenue, consumption, and government expenditure. Consumption and government expenditure are here control variable. The period of study for descriptive analysis is 2000 is divided in two parts, from pre-GST and post-GST. And for the econometric analysis, I have used the data from 1993. That I will come on that. And the econometric techniques that I have used is descriptive statistics, ADF, augmented Dickey-Fuller test, unit root test, ordinary least square regression. So this is the descriptive analysis of ADF test. The result indicate that the variables are stationary at first difference. This is the time plot of log GDP, total tax revenue, and indirect tax revenue. We can see that in the pre-GST period, the gap was total indirect tax was irregular compared to the GDP, and the gap was wide, implying inefficiency in revenue capture under the fragmented tax structure. And in the post period, we can see that after the 2017, we see that the GDP and indirect tax, the curve, that green curve and blue curve, the gap narrows. This shows that improves tax structure and fiscal capacity post GST. This is the time plot of tax buoyancy. In the pre-GST period, we see that the tax buoyancy was nearly fluctuating around 1, but it was unstable back then. But after the post-GST period, we see that there was a downfall in the tax buoyancy. This was because of the initially when GST was implemented, because of the migration to digital filing, adjustment of form, and there was and the shocks maybe like COVID. That is not mentioned here, but after that we see that the tax buoyancy improved and it reached to higher level. This is the regression equation where to estimate the impact of GST on indirect tax. The coefficient of GDP, it shows that positive, indicating that economic expansion significantly increase indirect tax revenue. The DW test suggests here the absence of autocorrelation. Here, one thing I want to mention that I have taken data from 1993 to 2024, and here the title is on GST. Here the title is on GST, but I have used the indirect tax because there was no data of GST prior to 2016, and for a time series analysis we need at least 30 data to show that 30 data. So we had taken indirect tax, and in the limitation I have also mentioned that we could use the dummy variable of pre and post GST. So the data have been used from 1993 to 2024, and there are 32 observations. Achha, these are the diagnostic tests that I have done. This stability CSUM test, Ramsey Arset test. The stability test indicate that CSUM test indicate that the emissions are structurally stable over time, and there is no evidence of omitted variable. The Ramsey Arset test shows, and residual diagnostic test shows that there is absence of autocorrelation, and the Bruce-Pagan test show that that it is free from heteroscedasticity. And this is the histogram. JB Jarkovita test shows that residuals are normally distributed, and the coefficient diagnostic test shows that there is no multicollinearity problem of for VIF test. We could see that, and from the wall test we could confirm that the coefficients are valid and jointly significant. Achha, this is the regression equation to analyze the GDP growth. Here GDP is the independent variable, and indirect tax revenue is the independent variable, and government expenditure and consumption are the controlled variables. As I'm not going very deep in that, I just want to say that we have also done the tests like stability test, diagnostic test, residual diagnostic, and coefficient diagnostic test. We had found only that there is presence of heteroscedasticity in this equation, in this outcome, and to remove the heteroscedasticity we have used the weighted least square method to reduce the heteroscedasticity. So this is the conclusion. The economic analysis of GST regime suggests that the reform has strengthened the fiscal growth linkage in the Indian economy. The indirect tax equation indicates that GDP growth and consumption are significantly explain tax mobilization, confirming the consumption-based nature of GST. Economic expansion increases production and spending, which directly enlarges the tax base. The statistically significant positive coefficient of GDP implies that GST revenue is responsible to economic activity, reflecting improved efficiency and buoyancy in tax collection and tax harmonization. The growth equation further shows that indirect tax revenue and government expenditure positively influence GDP. This indicates fiscal transmission mechanism, improved tax mobilization under GST, enhances public spending capacity, which in turn supports economic growth. Although explanatory power is moderate, typical for macroeconomic time series, diagnostic tests confirm that acceptance, model stability, and absence of serial autocorrelation. Overall, the results support that view, the view that GST has contributed the better revenue responsiveness and indirectly supported growth through fiscal management and formalization of the economy. Here are the policy implications. Simplification of GST restructure can further enhance compliance, as we have seen that that was done in the GST 2.0. To limitation and
on time. Finished on time.
So, shall I talk about the limitation and the scope? Okay, thank you, sir.
So we have to also now, Rajkumar, please take few examples. Next, Dr. Arun will be ready after this presentation.
Yes, sir.
You will start your presentation. Your time is 4 minutes. And the co-authors for the paper are Moito and myself. So I am withdrawing my name from the paper. Vidhan Moito and Puli Dhara. Among them, Puli Dhara is present. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very good afternoon, respected sir and everyone present there. I am Puli Dhara, a former student of the Department of Commerce, West Bengal State University. Today I am presenting our research paper titled Goods and Services Tax GST and its Implementation, a Perception Study of End Users in Kolkata. This paper has been carried out under the able supervision and guidance of our respected Professor Pranam Dhar sir, Professor Department of Commerce, West Bengal State University. This paper is also co-written by Mr. Bidhan Boidya sir, State Aided College Teacher, Hirlal Mujumdar Memorial College for Women, and myself, Puli Dhara, former student, Department of Commerce, West Bengal State University. To begin with, I would like to present the introduction of the study. The introduction of goods and service tax on the 1st of July 2017 was a very significant step in the field of indirect tax reforms in India. By amalgamating a large number of central and state taxes into a single tax, the aim was to mitigate cascading or double taxation in a major way and pave the way for a common national market. As per the Article 366 of Clause 12A of the Constitution Bill defines GST as a goods and service tax means any tax on supply of goods and services or both except taxes on the supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption. As per the Clause 26A of the bill defines services mean anything other than goods. Experts have enlisted the benefits of GST as under. It will introduce two-tiered, one country, one tax regime. It would subsum all indirect taxes at the central and the state level. It would not only widen the tax regime by covering goods and services, but also make it transparent. Coming on to the literature review part, the first paper I have reviewed, written by Dr. Pradeep Chaurasia et al. In 2016, studied on the role of goods and service tax in the growth of Indian economy. They are concluded that the overall GST is helpful for the development of Indian economy as well. It will be very much helpful in improving the gross domestic product of the country more than 2%. Another paper written by Dr. Shakir Sheikh et al. In 2015 studied on does goods and service tax GST leads to Indian economic development. They said that GST is expected to create a business-friendly environment as prices level, and hence inflation rates would come down over time as a uniform tax rate is applied. Based on the above literature review, it is found that there is a dearth of empirical studies on the end consumer's perception of the GST laws and its impact in Indian economy. Coming on to the objectives of the study, the first objective is to study the goals and objective of GST, features of GST, and utilization of ITC to understand how GST will work in India and GST mechanism. The third one, how will IT be used for the implementation of GST. Fourth one, how will be imports be taxed under GST? The fifth one is what are the major features of the registration procedures, written filing procedures, and payment procedures under GST to know the benefits and challenges of GST on Indian economy in GDP, employability, saving, investments, etc. The seventh one is to study the impact of GST influence our economy, and the last one is to compare existing tax structure and GST structure and how it affect various stakeholders. Coming on to this research methodology part, being an explanatory research, it is based on both primary and secondary data. Primary data were collected through structured questionnaire from the residents of Kolkata based on convenience sampling, and secondary data was collected from various books and national international journals. Among the popular research tools, descriptive statistics and explanatory factor analysis techniques were adapted for the study. After collecting and analyzing the data, the reliability and validity of the instrument were examined. To test reliability, Cronbach's alpha was applied. The value is 0.912, which indicates that the data is reliable. For validity test, Tukey's test for non-additivity was conducted and the result was found to be significant. In addition, with Tukey's test for non-additivity, Hotelling t-squared test was applied and it is also found to be significant. For test of normality, one sample case test served as the goodness of fit test was found to be significant. Coming on to the exploratory factor analysis, KM1 Bartlett's test was conducted and it is also found to be significant. This table shows the total variance explained. This table is for rotated component matrix, where the factors analyzes only 5 factors was considered important. The first factor was termed as convenience. The second one is complexity. The third factor termed as ease. The fourth factor termed as awareness. And the fifth factor termed as cost reduction. Coming on to the conclusion part, the research paper starts with the existing issues faced by the industry under service tax laws and based on the available information in the public domain. GST will be a game-changing reform for Indian economy by creating a common national market and reducing cascading effect of tax of the cost of goods and services. GST will have a positive impact on all the stakeholders. It is expected to increase in GST growth by 1.4% to 1.6%, increase GDP ratio up to 2%, reduce overall cost of indigenous manufactured goods by 10%, leading to reduction in price manufactured goods, significantly reduce tax compliance and administration cost due to simple uniform structure, provide horizontal equity and national and business entity level. This will a win-win situation for all stakeholders. This is my questionnaire on a study on awareness and perception of GST, which I have collected from the resident of Kolkata. Here is the references I have used for this study. Thank you.
For finishing on time. Now, I request Dr. Arun Modul to present his research paper. His title of the presentation is GST 2.0 and an overview. And your time is 4 minutes. Next, I request Dr. Tapas from Research.
The GST Council approved GST 2.0 in its 56th meeting. The objective of the study is to identify the impact of GST 2 and to identify challenges of GST 2. A research methodology is... Hello. Hello. The study is based on secondary data. 5% GST is applicable. 5% GST is applicable to packaged foods and dairy products, daily essential items. 18% GST applicable to standard goods and services, including electronics products, small cars, etc. 40% GST applicable to luxury goods and sin goods. In agriculture sector, old GST was 12%, new GST is 5%. In health sector, old GST was 12% on many medicines, and complete exemption has been given in GST 2.0 for many life-saving drugs. Insurance sector, the old GST was 18%, but now in GST 2, it is 0%. In construction sector, GST was 28% on cement, now it is 18%. Automobile sector, GST was 28% on commercial vehicles, now it is 18%. In handicap sector, old GST was 12%, now it is 5%. In leather sector, old GST was 12%, now it is 5%. And in fertilizer sector, the old GST was 12%, and now it is 5%. The impact of GST 2. GST 2 increases the disposable income of household. Many daily items, including food products, and are now cheaper due to new tax rate. GST 2 increases purchasing power of consumers. It supports insurance for all initiative. GST 2 increases demand for non-essential goods. Multi-slab system of GST 1 has been reduced to 3 rates, that is 5%, 18%, and 40%. And new businesses can obtain GST registration very fast. Lower tax rate of GST 2 accelerate economic activity. Small entrepreneurs are highly benefited from the simplified and transparent system of GST 2.0. Lower rates of GST 2 encourage consumer spending. Simplified process of GST 2 bring more businesses into tax net. MSMEs are highly benefited due to the lower rates of GST 2. GST 2 has positive impact on agriculture sector, health sector, insurance sector, construction sector, automobile sector, handicap sector, leather sector, renewable energy sector, and fertilizer sector. Challenges are small businesses face difficulties to understand new rules of GST 2. Rural traders face difficulties to comply with GST 2.0. Transition from GST 1 to GST 2 requires updates of the GSTN. Significant monitoring is required to ensure compliance. MSMEs face higher compliance cost to obey GST 2. Businesses required to manage pricing strategies properly. Tax officials need training for appropriate execution of GST 2. Conclusion is that GST 2.0 provide benefits to the common man, MSMEs, farmers. The reduction in tax rates for essential goods increases the purchasing power of consumers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mughal, for your nice presentation this time. Now the next presenter is Dr. Safar. The title of the presentation is From Complexity to Reform, a complex study of necessary before and after GST implementation. এইটা জয়েন করি না ডক্টর অনেক ভালো ওটা বেকার অনেক ভালো জয়েন করি আমি ইংলিশ নাম করছি জয়েন করি চলো এই জয়েন করি তো হ্যাঁ আছে বড় বড় দরকার নেই ছোট করো যাতে আমি দেখতে পাই ছোট করো লাইভ মোডে যাওয়ার দরকার নেই তাহলে একটু প্রেজেন্টাররা কে আছে দেখি না ক্লিক করো অনেকবার বোঝাচ্ছেন হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে Thank you, sir, Professor Oliver Wilson, for joining. Just after the presentation session is over, within a few minutes, I request you to come on. Thank you. Now, Dr. for his presentation.
Hello. Respected Chair of the session, Professor Pranam Dhar, Professor of Commerce, West Bengal State University, Professor Krishnendu Ghosh from Delhi, respected research person. Today, my paper is From Complexity to Reforms, a comparative study of MSME before and after GST implementation. Basically, this study is based on that previous the introduction of GST. There are many tax in MSME, that is micro, small and medium enterprise sector. There are many indirect tax, but after the introduction of MSME, introduction of GST, there are only one introduction tax, that goods and service tax. But there are other way behind this introduction, that informal sector now became formal, because everything under the digital supervision. That is the main view of this paper. This paper aims to present a comparative study of MSME landscape before and after the introduction of GST, with a particular focus on changing in operational process and other critical areas affected by the reforms. This study also intends to provide comprehensive policy recommendation and purpose targeted support measure, and that encourage the formalization within the sector. That the major issue is GST introduced in 2017, as I've already told, that replacing many indirect tax. Now it's designed as unified destination-based indirect tax. That the motto of the introduction of GST is destination-based tax. Previously, that tax is imposed when it is produced. The producing state are benefited. Now, after the introduction of GST, that where the product is sold, the destination state is being benefited. And as we know that MSME sector contribute huge contribution to our GDP to compliance the challenges. That pre-GST era, there are multiple tax, high complex compliance burden in MSME sector. But after the introduction of GST, informal sector and informal enterprise lacked with the documentation and digital access. This is the GST collection during the 5 years before the introduction of GST and after the introduction of GST. Just now we see that double in 5 years. This is the picture said, and that there is that this is the active and attractive GST taxpayer as per the GST portal information. Now, the background is central and state level taxes are unified for this CGST, SGST and UTGST, and these reforms enhance the efficiency and ensure transparency and improve. Yes. The GST design reflect the tension between the goal of formalization and relatives of informality. The uniform compliance achievement are the monthly filings, digital filings and digital record, and the audit requirements that require huge tasks in informal sector and MSME sector. This is also a burden. But now, these after the introduction of GST 2.0, the more formal way and simplicity of the digital equipment, they are now becoming more digitalized. In case of MSME sector, it is the process of formalization of MSME sector and informal sector. The informal sector role a buffer, low kind labor and sharp employment contraction, and following GST implementation, the policy implication arising from these findings are emphasizing the need and calibration reform rather than uniform compliance matters. The GST threshold to set the micro enterprise and simplifying the filing procedure through the quarterly returns and pre-filed forms and offering more accounting and digital support service. Additionally, the targeted sectorial assistance and particularly in employment intensive industries like textile and retail would be mitigate and adjust cost, expanding the social safety nets and including unemployment insurance and strengthening the state level administration capacity and digital infrastructural investment and technical assistance would enhance the GST effectiveness while minimizing the adverse distributional consequences. Actually, after the introduction of GST, the informal sector now getting formal with a new digital era. These are the main theme in my in this study. Thank you everyone for this opportunity, and thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tripathi. And as you are the organizing secretary, in spite of your every busyness, you presented the paper in a very well pleasant manner. Thank you so much. Now, the next presenter is Dr. Arnob Kumar Sauntar, head of the department BBA, Research in Mahavidyalaya, Hooghly, West Bengal, India. Time is 4 minutes. We have just dreamed to give you 40 minutes time, but due to paucity of time, only 4 minutes is given. Next, Sanchita Barman will be ready. Sanchita Barman. Online.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Sangeeta Sahu, are you ready? Yes. After Sanchita Barman, Sangeeta will present.
Sir, may I present my topic?
Now, Dr. Sauntar will be presenting. After that, he will be presenting.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, Dr. Sauntar is not ready. Dr. Sangeeta Sahu, you will present. Sangeeta Sahu, you please present. Sangeeta Barman, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you will present now.
Okay, thank you, sir. First of all, good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to describe and explain my topic. My topic is goods and service tax effect on the healthcare services delivery and in India. And am I audible to all of you? And my PPT is showing all of you.
No, your PPT not showing.
And in the PPT, am I trying to show?
Yes.
PPT.
Your screen is not visible. No problem. You can present.
Okay, thank you, sir. In the introduction of healthcare, healthcare is a multifaceted industry comprised of clinical services, diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices. The Indian healthcare sector is crucial for public welfare, economic stability, and human development. GST reforms have significantly changed the indirect tax landscape for hospitals, diagnostic centers, manufacturers, and patients. The purpose of this study is to fill the gap in knowledge on how GST has transformed the healthcare sector is in providing policy advice on managing GST issues and potential practical strategies for reducing costs incurred as a result of implementing GST. There are both literature review are here, but the objective of the study is to examine the advantages and disadvantages of GST implementation in the Indian healthcare service sector, to analyze the perception and awareness of patients and consumers regarding the impact of GST on healthcare affordability, to evaluate the overall effectiveness and success of GST policies in achieving the goal of affordable and accessible healthcare in India. There are primary source and secondary source of data. Based on secondary data sources like books, journals, previous research papers, newspaper articles, and the data which has been used already. How GST affects pricing in healthcare. Healthcare services fall under the 18% GST rate. Most essential services like medical treatment, diagnostic tests, and the services provided by approved hospitals are actually exempt from GST. In short, the conclusion and the way forward, this work to the discussion on the effect of tax changes on crucial services delivery areas, including health, and provides a useful guide to future policy directions in this field. Implementation of GST on blood bank and diagnostic supplies are there, both, and different percentages are there of GST. Example, blood bags that were earlier tax free now have a 12% GST. Platelet bags also carry 12% GST. So, in a conclusion, goods and service tax effect on the healthcare services delivery and medical equipment industry in India, they are the streamlining taxation and improving market integration while simultaneously increasing certain costs within the healthcare delivery system. Thank you all of you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef.
My presentation within time. Now I request Samrita Sahu to present the paper. She is the last presenter. And you may present without your PPT. Co-author is Dr. Amit Kumar, I think, Dr. Principal of this college. Please present. Within 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson.
You can on your microphone or you can take this one.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, respected chairperson, co-chairperson, and all professor and researcher. Myself, Sonila Sahu, research scholar, Department of Geography, Prabhat Kumar College Research Center, affiliate to Vidyasagar University. Today, my presentation topic is GST as an instrument of social transformation, a cultural perspectives. In this context, I can introduce GST or introduction part of the presentation. Goods and services tax in India marked a significant shift in the country indirect taxation systems by subsuming multiple state and central taxes into a unified framework. GST has contributed to the development of a compliance-oriented culture, altering attitudes toward taxation and accountability. From a cultural perspective, GST has influenced consumption patterns, work culture, and economic relationships across regions. One nation, one tax. The slogan reflects not only economic integration but also symbolic national unity in trade practices. Objectives are focused on the study to assess the social impact of GST on different sections of society, to analyze cultural changes after GST implementations, to examine its impacts on small business and consumption. These three objectives are there. Methodology based on secondary data from policy analysis, government reports, academic journals and published statistical data also used for this research work. Findings say that the research work finds that GST has enhanced tax transparency and enhanced accountability, leading to increased public awareness of taxation. In conclusion part, we say that the study concludes that GST reforms have played a crucial role in reshaping social attributes toward taxation and transforming traditional business practices. It has significant social and cultural impact in India. This is my research work or initial works also. I thankful to thank. আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাতে চাইছি আমাদের এই ইনস্টিটিউশনকে যে এত বড় একটা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল সেমিনার আয়োজন করা হয়েছে আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল স্যারকে এবং প্রফেসর প্রণাম হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে আমি স্যারের ক্লাস করার সুযোগ পেয়েছিলাম আমার কোর্স ওয়ার্ক চলাকালীন প্রণাম স্যার এবং আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল স্যার ও মানে আমি একজন জিওগ্রাফি স্টুডেন্ট হয়ে কমার্সের ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ডের একটা মানুষের সঙ্গে বা এত মানুষের সামনে আজকে দাঁড়িয়ে অনেকগুলো পেপারও দেখতে পেয়েছি বা আবার নিজের ছোট একটা কাজকে উপস্থাপন করতে পেরেছি এর জন্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ স্যারকে এবং আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল স্যারকে
Thank you so much, Vijita. The budding researcher, and really the objective of the conference is to inculcate new researchers with the budding researchers. Now, the last speaker of the session, Dr. Anupam, incidentally or coincidentally my award scholar, head of the Department of BBA at the Monitor of University.
Good afternoon, respected Sir, Sir Krishnan sir, and all the dignitaries over here. All for giving me this opportunity to my paper. And, very unfortunate to I present my paper without.
Madam the title of my paper is Entrepreneurship as a Dialogue, Empowerment and Socio-Economic Status, an insight from Patwa Subdivision of Purbo Bardhaman, West Bengal. Women entrepreneurship is the process of creating something new with value of devoting the necessary time and efforts, assuming that it can reward people who perform functions of establishing women enterprises by women entrepreneurs. In this dynamic world, women entrepreneurs are an important part of the global sustainable economic development and social progress. With this development of education among women, it gives rise to the women employment as well as women empowerment.
You take this one.
The 50%
Or no?
of the population.
Hello, you take this one.
Okay. Thanks. About the study area, the study is a couple of subdivision of the district of Purbo Bardhaman, West Bengal. It consists of couple of municipality, municipality and 5 community development blocks, Katwa 1, Katwa 2, Edugram 1, Edugram 2 and Moko. The 5 block contains 46 gram panchayats and 1 census town. Katwa is the headquarters of the same subdivision. This subdivision is named by the river Angoti and Patel. The review of literatures, little of literatures are there. Let us read this. Objective of study: to study the socio-economic background of the women entrepreneur in the subdivision of Akwa. To analyze the motivational factor and other factors that influence women to become an entrepreneur, and to find out the implication of women entrepreneurs on their society. Now, I moving to my next part, that is research methodology. Basically, the study has been designed under the framework of both primary and secondary sources. And women entrepreneurs who are the main source of primary data are collected from the women entrepreneurs who have structure questionnaire. As the area of study is limited in many couples of tuition program, and as the total population of women population is not available, the researcher has proposed a sampling techniques for the selection of respondents. The sampling method chosen for the above research design is random sampling method, and considering the exclusion of the study, cost and time factors, it is decided to select 100 women entrepreneurs
And the secondary information have been collected from the different scholars and research published in the books, articles, and different journals, periodicals, conference, postings, papers, and the second websites. So, it is each distribution and how the first-wise distribution of entrepreneurs and religion-wise distribution, educational qualifications, level of income of the heads, the sample family, decision makers of the response. All these parts are there, but due to lack of time, I don't speak all this part. So, I just go to the finding part. It has been observed from the above analysis that socioeconomic factors influence women in making a successful entrepreneur. The overall analysis of this variable establishes that socioeconomic status of the surveyed women entrepreneurs in the subdivisions above average and hypothesis said that the growth of women entrepreneurs depend on the educational qualification of them. It is found that 80% of women entrepreneurs in this condition have educational qualification, therefore it is accepted. However, it is observed in data analysis that women entrepreneurs in the district need training, financial support, marketing, network, to sales.
Come to the conclusion.
I will to the conclusion. The overall analysis of many variables establishes that socioeconomic status of the respondent women entrepreneurs in Pakistan is not very good for the workforce development of women entrepreneurs. The new time-oriented government policies is required. Now, in recent days, central and state governments assist financially to women entrepreneurs to participate in the international trade fairs, exhibitions, and conferences. Research shows that there are many support groups for women in business. Female entrepreneurs and women just looking for business advice. Women are more willing to take up activities that were once considered the result of men and have proved that they are second to no one with respect to contribution to the development of the economy. Women is different in different areas want to show the support that in some cases they never had. It is marked from the study that women are ready to face the challenges associated with the setting up of a business. Society is very much interested in the concept of women entrepreneur, and women are not into business for survival, but to satisfy their inner urge of creativity and to prove their capability.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samanto.
Thank you, sir.
For your presentation, but we are seriously running short of time. Very sorry that we had to stop here. Please, microphone. So now we have got in total of 8 papers in this session, and there is a surprise for all of you. Announcement of Best Paper Award, but we are holding it for some time. I am requesting my co-chair, Dr. Kristin Ghosh, to hold it up because we are awaiting eagerly for a very eminent resource person in the field of taxation research, Professor Kristin Ghosh, who is the professor and head Department of Commerce and Management and director of so many entities there, including Center for Qualitative Research, which is the other name for IQAC, and he is also the director of the School of Social Science, and in many capacities. So before starting his lecture, I request Mr. Amit Bole, Assistant Professor. Please, I am there. I request Mr. Amit Bole, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Kanpur Haridaswandi Mahavidyalaya, and our EC member of IAR West Bengal Wing, to introduce none other than Professor Anirban Ghosh, who is the Professor of Commerce, Netaji Subhas Open University, West Bengal, India. Sir, very sorry for making you waiting.
No.
Over to Amit and then to Professor Ghosh.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon again, all my respected dignitaries present over here. It's my immense pleasure to introduce our next resource person, Dr. Anirban Ghosh, who is a distinguished professor of commerce at Netaji Subhas Open University, Kolkata, with specialization in accounting, taxation, and finance. Saris currently holds several key leadership positions, including Director of the Center of Internal Quality Assurance, Director of the School of Professional Studies and School of Vocational Studies, Coordinator of the Center for Lifelong Learning, Nodal Officer of ICT enabled courses. Our cell holds MCOM, MBA, and PhD degree and qualified NET, UGC, and SLET in 1998. Sarah's guided PhD scholars, published extensively in peer-reviewed and Scopus Index journal, and authored and edited notable books, including Corporate Taxation in India, some aspects. He has also coordinated various academic workshops and contributed significantly to academic qualities and professional educations. So, without wasting much time, sir, I'm welcoming you very much into this particular conference. Now, enlighten us by using your deep knowledge into this GST reform. Over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit. You have covered everything whichever is available in the website. I think you have collected all the information. And I also like to, it is echoing, I think.
No, sir, it's absolutely clear.
Okay. And I convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me to this timely two-day international seminar on the GST Reforms 2.0. Here, Honorable Chairperson, Professor Purnam Dhar, Professor and Director, Center for SD and BS, Western State University, and also he is happened to be the organizing secretary of this international seminar. Dr. Amit De, Principal and Secretary, PK College, and the Chief Patron of this two-day international seminar, Dr. Tapos Tripathi, he is the convener of the seminar. So this is the lunch time. I think everyone is busy with their lunch, but I will take 10 to 15 minutes, as Professor Dhar has told me.
Sir, there is no lunch break. It is made off to make it a continuum because all of you are very busy. So it is a continuum. Please continue, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. But with empty stomach, nothing can be discussed. Okay, I'm not going into detail about the operational aspect of the GST. Rather, I would be talking about the management and administration. All of us have come to know that GST was introduced in 2017, and being the commerce fraternity, member of the commerce fraternity, and in general, the general public know that there is only one indirect tax in India. The objective was to make the nation, one tax. So this is the biggest ever tax reform in post-independence period. So this is a fact. And being the student of the commerce, we know there are so many indirect taxes which were subsumed to make in one tax, that is the GST, goods and service tax. There were multiple number of central taxes and state taxes. Obviously, we are talking about the indirect taxes. So the individual taxes were subsumed in one tax to make a uniform tax system in India, which was taken place in 2017. So now in India, there is only GST, and in GST 2.0, the tax rates have been rationalized. Earlier, tax rates were more than 3, now it has been reduced. I will concentrate on the tax administration part. In operational aspect, we know there are various types of GST. We may have the SGST, we may have the CGST, we may have the UTGST, and overall the IGST. So as consumer, we can see the existence or presence of GST or SGST or CGST in the tax invoice. But what is going on behind the screen? It is a complex system, I can say. Because at the time of purchase or at the time of sale, the input tax credit and output tax credit arises. Now the question is how these taxes would be adjusted. So as the end user, we are not concerned with the adjustment of the input tax credit, the consumer, the ultimate end user. But when the goods are passing from one trader to another trader, the question of interstate adjustment or input tax credit or output tax credit comes in. So you have to check how much amount of tax is pending towards the input tax credit, and again how much is pending towards the output tax credit. So there is a question of set of rules. So I'm not going into the intricacies of the input in the set of input tax credit and output tax credit. But if you have some balances in IGST credit or CGST credit, there are some rules through which you have to adjust the balances towards the input tax credit or output tax credit. Now, the organizer told me to discuss about the GST reforms in India, digitalization and compliances. There are some basic differences between the digitization and digitalization. What is digitization? Digitization is nothing but the process of converting the information into digital format. Like we may convert the Word file into PDF file, we may preserve the photograph in digital form. This is the digitization. But digitalization is the automation and which improve the process through software or web portal. So GST is a complex system. To manage the GST system, we should have a robust IT system. So we have to provide the digitalization of the process under which a specific software, a specific web portal is to be maintained. And again, if you see the compliance part, as a trader, they have to submit a number of forms. There may be 10 to 12 types of forms. And within the time frame, that form to be submitted by the traders. So to maintain the timeline, it is not possible for an individual or a trader to maintain the timeline to submit the form within the due dates, like GSTR 1, GSTR 3B. There are so many forms. I am mentioning some of them. GSTR 1 for outward supplies, GSTR 3B for summary return, and GSTR 6 for input service distributor, GSTR 7 is TDS. So for every form, there is a deadline. Deadline, for example, GSTR 1 should be submitted on the 11th of the next month. GSTR 3B is to be submitted on 20th of the next month. So there are various timeline, there are various deadline for submission of the GST form. Otherwise, there will be a fine, penalty to be imposed. So to maintain this deadline, only way is the robust platform, IT platform. That's why we are talking about the digitalization of the system. And the students who are present here can understand what is the role of GSTN, GST network. So entire supply chain is monitored by this GST network. Through this GSTN, every trader has to put their information at every level. And under the recent reform, the GST 2.0, the e-OA bill system has been introduced, the e-invoicing has been introduced, the returns are being auto-generated. So it has made the business easier. Because technology, we are taking the advantage of the technology. Because to overcome the challenges of the complex system of GSTR, we have to have a robust GST portal, that is a GSTN. And through GSTN, everything is being monitored from administrative point of view to the trader's point of view. So everything. Now I can discuss something about the employability, because students are the main stakeholder of this seminar. There is enormous scope for GST professionals. You need not be a lawyer or a chartered accountant. If you know the subject, since we are the commerce graduate, if you know the subject, you can easily practice the GST. Because GST is mandatory for every trader. Though there are some conditions, but every trader, suppose the groceries, the dealer who is located nearby, near to your residence or in your locality, they have to submit the GST. So you can provide their expertise. They do not know what is GST. So this is an ample opportunity for the commerce graduates to apply their knowledge and to help the traders, the businessmen, to submit their GST form. But you have to know the intricacies of the laws, intricacies of the clauses. Only if you know clearly, if you have the clear concept about the GST, you can help them and you can earn something. So it will help you in your livelihood. But Professor Dhar may agree with me, there is a lacuna in our students. In terms of communication skill, in terms of team building skill, in terms of time management. So these aspects may be covered up by our students. There are two aspects: the technical skill, that is the GST. You have to know the provisions of the Act, and on the other hand, you have to obtain the graduate attributes. What are the graduate attributes? What we expect from our students? Some graduate attributes are the communication skill, the collaborative skill, the problem solving skills, the decision making skills, and overall, you have to take the decisions with ethical values. So all these aspects to be inculcated among our students so that the overall development can be possible. So there are two aspects. One is the technical skill, the GST. You have to know the knowledge about this about the GST provisions, and other hand, you have to know the technical skill like the computer skills, digital skills, time management skill. So all these aspects to be taken into consideration to be successful in this area. With these words, I can conclude. Over to Professor Dhar.
Thank you so much, Professor Ghosh. And in spite of your very busy schedule today, we know it, but as it is confidential, I'm not telling here. But you have not only become present, but also enlightened us and the audience with your valued deliberation on the theme. And being a very senior professor in the field of taxation, your experience, expertise, and skill will help the audience, especially the budding researchers and the students, to understand the impact of GST in the Indian knowledge system and Indian economy. So thank you once again from the core of my heart. Also from the end of the organizers, I express my sincere regards and gratitude to you. And also from behalf of IARA, we will not express regards and gratitude by words, but here I am happy to announce that for your year-long experience, expertise, and skill in taxation research and other related field of research, IARA is happy to confer you the most prestigious Research Excellence Award 2026. Have a big applause for Professor Ghosh. And if you are unable to come physically, thank you so much, sir. We have galaxy of persons present here. A very senior, eminent philosopher of Northeastern India has come physically, and we have many other eminent personalities here. So, as you are not able to come physically, we'll arrange to bring your award to your office or your home, whatever you say. So, for now, thank you so much, and we are delighted with your value deliberation. Have a nice time. And with this, the overall technical session 3 and 4, including this speech, is chaired by Dr. Krishnendu Ghosh and myself. I now request Dr. Krishnendu Ghosh to announce the name of the best paper presenters. But before that, we have a pleasant task left. I am taking the responsibility to call upon Dr. Dr. Another very eminent resource person, Professor Indranee Rajendra, Professor of Economics, CSRD, Center for Regional Development, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, is waiting virtually. And before that, I request Dr. Ghosh to present the paper presentation award first to Mr. Rajkumar Rana. I request him to take the paper presentation certificate of Sampasa also. I request Kumar to take his paper presentation certificate along with Dr. Amit Kundu. I request Dr. Ghosh to hand over the certificate. I request Dr. Arun Mohan to take his paper presentation certificate. I request
Dr. Tapas Kumar Tripathi to take his paper presentation certificate. And also the certificate of Professor Amit Kumar Singh. I request Ashmo Rana to take the certificate of Vidhan Vaidyo. I request Sumita Sahu. Sumita Sahu is not there. I request Dr. Tapas Kumar Tripathi to take the certificate of Sumita Sahu. Please. Please take the certificate. I request Dr. Arun Kumar Sawanto. I request anyone to take the certificate in the and now I request Dr. Krishan Ghosh, the co-chair of the session, on my behalf to announce the best paper award winners. We will give them only certificate because IARA is not a business institution, it relates to research only. Only certificate will be given. Please announce the name, sir.
Congratulations to all the paper presenters. All the papers were very good, but because of the marking system, there is a very close contest between the participants. The second best paper award goes to
So first best paper presenter of the session is Devkumar, and his co-author is Dr. Amit from Coachwear Pharma University, West Bengal. So special certificate is evaluation. And the second best paper award winner is Dr. Amit Bole from Purushanpur Hridaswani Mahidara, West Bengal. Now with this technical session is over. Now I request Memorial College for Women, Kolkata, to introduce Professor Indrani Roy Chaudhary. We are eagerly waiting for our deliberation. He is an eminent researcher in social science research, a very senior professor of economics in the Center for Regional Development in the School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, India. So I request my scholar, Vidhan Vaidyo, to Professor Roy in a befitted manner before the value deliberation of Professor Roy.
Thank you so much, sir. With the permission of our honorable respected Professor Dr. Pranamdar sir, All India General Secretary and former head of West Bengal State University, and with the permission of our honorable principal sir, Professor Dr. Amit De, it's an honor to welcome our honorable respected chief guest and eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Indrani Roy Chaudhary ma'am. It's an honor to welcome you, ma'am, to the International Conference on GST Reforms 2 Issues and Challenges with the reference to Indian economy. We are at Prabhat Kumar College and we are privileged to host in this prestigious event in collaboration with the Indian Academic Researchers Association. So without wasting much time, I am going to introduce our honorable resource person. I think it's visible enough.
Yes,
ma'am. So Dr. Indrani Roy Chaudhary, ma'am, is currently the professor in economics at the Center for the Study of Regional Development, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Since 2015, she is also holding a concurrent faculty position in the School of Engineering at Jawaharlal Nehru University. Besides, she has held visiting academic positions in various national and international universities. She has been very recently affiliated to National University of Singapore as a visiting faculty. Prior to her current position at JNU, her past institutional affiliation include the Department of Economics, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, and the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, Council for Social Development, New Delhi. She did her PhD in environmental economics from the Center of International Trade and Development, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and MPhil in economics from Jadavpur University. Her areas of specialization are health economics, gender, environmental economics, development economics, applied game theory, and quantitative economics. She has earned many reputed peer-reviewed publications in Scopus Index international and national journals, and edited books, volumes of reputed published. She has earned expertise in the area of economics, of career, of cancer, maternal and child health, gender and development, and has collaborated with the many eminent institutions like AIIMS, Crook DBT, NCAER, Niti Aayog, etc. Currently, she is the member of the Senior Citizen Care of Niti Aayog. She is also the member of Board of Studies and Advertising Committees of couple of national institutions and universities. She has been associated with the editorial board of couple of academic journals, apart from being life members of various academic bodies. In particular, she is the recent past executive member and the treasurer of Indian Society for Ecological Economics. So without wasting much time, I request our honorable resource person to share his to deliver his lecture. And thank you so much, ma'am. Over to our honorable resource person, ma'am. And one more thing, I'm just add with the permission of our my research guru, Professor Dr. Pranamdar sir. Whenever we ask help, whenever we request our Indrani ma'am, she always with us and deliver his special lectures, and we always learn different things from him, from her. So thank you, ma'am. Once again, you stay with us. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Such an elaborate
Welcome, Professor
introduction, Dr.
Welcome to this virtual platform. Whatever may be the position about your visibility, you are always there, and we are humbled to take your lessons on research in social science. Without wasting time, I request Professor Raitaduri to come up with your valued lecture. Ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible?
You are audible very much.
Okay, okay. And I think that I'm visible as well. I have connected with another laptop so that, at least my visibility is not affected. So before I start, I would just like to extend my heartfelt thanks for this invitation, particularly respected Professor Amit Kumar Das, Principal of Prabhat Kumar College, and also the Chief Patron. And I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Tapash Kumar Tripathi, Faculty of the Department of Commerce, Prabhat Kumar College. And my special thanks goes to Professor Pranam Dhar. So whenever he is very, very active, academically active person, and I can see him engaging himself in various academic platforms and sharing his academic credentials and academic excellence in all the endeavors whichever he has taken in the recent years, as long as I am acquainted with him. So I am really thankful for this invitation. And also, I would like to thank all the students, respected colleagues who are present in this particular conference. Professor Dhar has shared along with the invitation letter, he has shared the brochure, as well as the academic sessions. So the technical sessions and the invited lectures, I can see all the reputed names, and it's I am very much sure that this is a very fruitful conference, and I congratulate all the organizers for their hard effort and their lot of wisdoms in formulating the idea and then operationalizing it. The topic of the conference, although it is GST and its challenges and the future prospects, but given that I'm not a person from the public finance and especially the fiscal backgrounds, so I requested Professor Dhod that if something else which can be useful for the conference as well as for the students, that can be something which I would love to deliver, and he graciously consented that that will be wonderful, because the participants, the students are all tired, must be exhausted with so much knowledge which are shared and which they have listened through the various speakers. So that way it will be a kind of a divergence in the valedictory lecture. So the topic which I've chosen is the field survey in social science, given that it is a very broad topic, and in research, field survey is something which is very common. So I think that this will be, to some extent, at least for some students as well as for the researchers who are present in this conference. So without losing time, I would just like to go to the slides. My slides are visible, right? My slides are visible?
Yes, ma'am.
My slides? Okay. So this is my slide. And so when I start talking about the field survey and its various, the critical aspects of the field survey, I would just like to highlight that the importance of data, because data is something which, without that, no tangible and no insightful research is possible. So the data, the scale, and at the same time, we all appreciate that the data is scarce. Good data is scarce. Okay. So the whatever data is available, some data are of course available in the public domain, which are based on the very large scale surveys. Say, for example, in the Indian scenarios, we have the data from the Reserve Bank of India. The macro data are all available. Then we have all the micro household level data are available from the national sample surveys, various rounds of the national sample surveys. Then the national family health survey rounds, the 5 rounds which have been systematically taking place in certain intervals. And then we have IHDS, the India Human Development Survey. So all these surveys gives us lot of informations which are very much useful for the social science research, right? But even then, individual researchers has to take some field survey for their own research, because many important nuances are not available in the secondary data sources. Okay, so the survey research becomes it is growing to be more and more important tool of collecting research, data. So what are the various efficacies for collecting the data? Because it is used for basically measuring or informing various policy responses, and it is very much required for any scientific approach to research. So it obviously, if you have a good data, so that the data basically helps to draw inferences about the population, and in an unbiased and the objective manner with respect to certain indicators. Okay, so the population is something which is huge, and one can always say that the census should be the right manner, which is the complete enumeration of the subjects under the particular universe. Now, given that the census is huge, that means if you consider Indian example, so India as a whole, taking into account and doing the census kind of a survey, or even if you would like to do it at the district level or at the block level, taking all the enumerators into account, it is because it's a complete enumeration of all the subjects. So it becomes a huge activity. And given that it is huge and given that it is too much time consuming as well as it is not at all economical because it involves a huge cost, so the researcher resort to the survey based research. Okay, so it helps to generate data which is meant for the scientific scientific way of analyzing the data and understanding some important findings which are useful for the policy interventions. Okay, it helps to monitor different programs and schemes because in the public in various public provisioning, the governments has introduced various schemes and various interventions which are important because these are the one which helps the people who are disadvantaged, marginalized, to get some access and get some kind of social insurance. Now, without data, we are not in a position to understand that whether the uptake is or the penetration of these kinds of schemes like PMJY, Ayushman Bharat. So this is a very, very important and nationwide social insurance schemes introduced by the central government. But at the same time, introduction of a scheme and whether it has been accessed or whether it has been gone to the remotest part of the Indian subcontinent is something which is under question. That means how is the penetration of such scheme and whether the people who have received the PMJY card, they are utilizing it. Okay, so these kinds of analysis won't be possible without a very sound and good quality data. Similarly, it helps to understand the causal association. It can explain reasons behind the occurrence of an event, and also these above mentioned functionalities of the data. All are the basic purpose is to derive certain policy implications or some policy feedbacks from the analysis of the data collected from the survey. So when we talk about the survey, the most important thing which we should keep in mind that what is survey? Survey is basically where the researchers collect some quantitative information in a very systematic and systematic manner, and that is basically based on sample. So what is a sample and what is a population? Population is the entire, is the total universe which of the subjects, but sample is just a small subset of the population. Now, when the research has to be conducted based on the survey, so obviously many things seems to be not so very easy. Although doing survey, many researchers or many students have the preconceived notion that it is deceptively simple, but it is actually not so. So we will try to understand some of the caveats and some of the criticalities which are important for doing a sound survey and to make the survey successful, to generate some good quality data is basically the objective of any survey, and therefore we would like to know some of the important caveats. Now, so the survey basically faces several challenges. That means the most important challenge is that since your study is based on only a small sample, and which will give or from the study of the sample you will be concluding about the population. So it's a very risky business. That means how you draw the sample and how you conclude about from the sample observations you calculate, how accurately you calculate about the population is something which is always challenging. Okay, so one has to, if one has to undertake a survey, one has to commit oneself to the work which involves a myriad of issues that that are very much critical for the success of the survey. So let me just talk about some of the important cornerstones which are to be kept in mind when we will be planning for a survey. So what is the first is the coverage. Coverage is what? It is regarding the sample size. That means how many people are needed to just to be our sample from a certain population. That means what is the optimal size of the sample, because researchers keeps on just suffers from various confusion that whether a certain sample size is adequate enough or not. Okay, so the coverage is something which is very important. That means deciding the sample size. What is next? Next is that how should, that means once you have some notion that this will be my broad sample size for a given population, the next challenge is that how should we select the samples? That is something to deal with the sample design. Okay, so the sample design basically says that how can we make our sample representative of the entire population, because population has various heterogeneities. These heterogeneities are the traits of the population. Now, if you draw a small samples which does not incorporate most of these important heterogeneity of the population, in that case you cannot do justice to just conclude or to whatever you want to conclude from the sample analysis about the population. Okay, the third cornerstone is that the response. That means what kind of questions, depending on your objectives, what kind of questions should be posed to the respondents in order to elicit best and the efficient responses, okay, answer to address the objectives and the research questions. Okay, so that is the another tricky part, because here given that the humans are involved and humans have various idiosyncratic characteristics, okay, so the same questions may be interpreted, because humans are also restricted by their cognitive skills. So the questions are to be simple so that there is no ambiguity on the questions which is asked, and that can very simply be interpreted by the respondent, and so that they can answer the response in a very truthful and precise manner. Okay, the next is so the coverage, sampling, and the responses are the most important part, which deals with the survey. But the last part, which is much more critical, is that once you have the data with you, how you analyze the data. That means something related to the measurement. Okay, so you can see that diagram, which basically tells you that these are the four cornerstones, which is related to coverage, sampling, response, and the measurement. Now, I would just like to tell you that when you are starting, that means how would be the starting point of the survey. So the starting point of the survey is that you have to generate certain objectives. That means based on your understanding of the literature and based on the perceptions, you have to formulate certain objectives, and from the objectives it has to be narrowed down to certain research questions. Okay, so objectives are something which may be little more abstract, but the questions, narrowing down to the questions, will convert the objectives into certain very well-defined variables. Okay, and then you have that for each research questions, you have to basically, in order to elicit as much sound information on each of your research questions, you have to formulate the schedule of the survey. That means schedule is basically consisting of many questions which would like to just address all the concerns of your research objectives and the research questions, so that you get adequate information not only on the variables which you would like to know, but also the background variables which you would like to treat it as your counterfactuals or your controls. Okay, so for example, in a general study, so the research questions, how you formulate the research questions and how you pose this question to the respondent is something which is also needs some technical understanding. Okay, so for example, in general study of the population, like for example, you would like to study about gender and development, or you would like to study about the rural livelihood, say there well-being is an important indicator, but well-being is not something which is all pervading in your research objectives. Okay, so you may oppose one or two questions on the aspect of well-being, but if our research is entirely based on the elderly well-being and their mental health, okay, suppose in that case your well-being becomes very important, because the entire research is circling around well-being. So you have to pose questions in a much more detailed manner on well-being. Now you come to just consider the term well-being. So well-being is a multi-dimensional term. Well, you cannot do justice by asking a simple question that do you feel that you are happy? So that kind of questions, yes and no in binary, obviously may lead to a lot of subjectivity, right? So in that case, if well-being is your main topic of your research, you cannot just be content with only one questions. Okay, if it is it's just a supplement to your research, then one or two questions on well-being is fine. But if your research is focused on a well-being, in that case you need to just decompose well-being into various indicators. Okay, so what are the indicators of well-being? You will know that apart from the economic well-being, well-being is also decided by the health. So far as the elderly people's well-being is concerned, the health is an important aspect of well-being, right? So the economic well-being definitely is important, but it is also the others aspect of our well-being or other dimensions of well-being, like say health, like say social well-being, like say how the individual is seeing the well-being from the home perspective, because as you know that the elderlies who are the more aged, they are facing a lot of abuses in their households itself, okay, by their near and dear ones. So how they are finding, how happy they are inside the home premise is something which is also important to understand. How is their social networks, because social networks helps them to just to just bridge the gap which they could access through their workplace or through their familiar, their relatives and their near and dear ones, so that the gaps are filled through the networks, because the networks helps in giving lot of feedbacks which are important for their survival and the survival with grace. Okay, so the questions can be asked on how they are forcing themselves in the social fabric. Okay, so the how they are, what is their level of social networks and how actively they are participating, all are important for the well-being. So when we are formulating certain research objectives, mind it is in the very abstract stage. Okay, so it's very, very abstract stage in the sense that, like the term like well-being, term like poverty, term like livelihood, unemployment, anything, even the indebtedness. So these kinds of terms are basically, we draw from the literature, we draw from the theories. Okay, so the theoretically, when we are trying to conceive certain ideas, which is going to be our objectives, it is very much in the abstract stage. Now, these abstract stage are important in the initial stage, but when you will be when we'll be going to the field and collecting the data information, in that case, this abstracts has to be decomposed into various dimensions and indicators. Okay, so that basically, for that you need to appreciate two concepts. One is called the conceptualization, another is called the operationalization. Conceptualization is important because you start from the theory, and then from the theories you gathered certain information, in some ideas, and that ideas has to be then matched with the ongoing contemporary literature in the context of the literature gap. You have to fine-tune your ideas towards your research objectives. Now, the research object, suppose somebody would like to just work on poverty. Okay, so poverty, if you Google it, you will find n number of definition of poverties. World Bank use some definition of poverties. That also, earlier it was $1 a day. Now it is upgraded to very recently, last year, $3 a day. Then you have the Niti Aayog's definition. If you want to do something on India, so Niti Aayog follows certain definition of poverty. So whether it should be, the poverty should be defined in terms of money or in terms of calorie. So there are n number of aspects which the poverty itself will give you. Right now, from that, when you go to the village, and suppose you would like to see the impoverishment, the nature of the impoverishment of certain rural areas. So in that case, if you ask your respondents, do you consider yourself poor? You will find all kind of vague answers. Okay, so because the respondents are not clear about what is meant by poverty. So even somebody with 20,000 a month or somebody with 5,000 a month, both will say they are poor. Okay, so, and obviously they are disadvantaged, but their intensity of the disadvantages are not same. So in that case, how you operationalize it is something which will decide the success of your survey. And for that, you have to work some extra milestone in terms of breaking or decomposing the concepts into certain operational definitions. Okay, and obviously in that case, suppose poverty is a multidimensional, whether you would like to just confine yourself to the economic poverty, or you would like to also extend it to the time poverty, energy poverty. So there are a lot of new concepts of the poverties which are now discussed, and it is introduced by the World Bank. Okay, so therefore it is the researchers' discretions that how they would like to measure poverty and analyze the data. Okay, so you can see that from the concept, you will break it into the dimensions, from the dimensions to the indicators and so on. Okay, so that I can give you some examples. So this is basically, you would like to understand about, say, social status. Okay, so this is a concept, it is a very, very abstract concept. How you break this social concept into different variables, because social status is not something which can be just understood through asking a simple question that what do you think about your social status? If you ask this kind of question to the respondents, definitely the respondents will feel lost. Okay, so therefore you have to help the respondent by decomposing into various variables like social status in terms of the education acquired, in terms of their income and the assets, and in terms of their occupation. Okay, now when you have these variables, then it is easier to go to the operational definition. So what is how you define education, which you would like to ask the respondents in from the field? Obviously, in that case, the researchers will exercise their own discretions, and it is not a bad idea to ask them that what is your highest level of school degree which you have completed. That for the income, one can ask that how is the gross family income last year. Okay, now given that income is very much volatile, those who are in the informal employment, or those who are in the agriculture, it is very much seasonal, so it keeps keeps on varying. Okay, so there's therefore, in many big research, when any big surveys, they don't rely too much on income, and because income is not always very credible information. If you ask people like to suppress the data on income. So you may ask differently by asking them about their expenditures, different heads of expenditures, or you may ask them little differently in terms of their in their assets. Okay, that the NFHS, National Family Health Service, asks questions to understand their economic backgrounds by asking them about their wealth in terms of they have identified their different kinds of assets, and they ask questions on that whether they possess these assets or not, and therefore they just forms the 5 categories of the wealth and classify the respondents in terms of that 5 categories. The same way, in a little different way, National Sample Survey, actually they don't ask questions on their income, they rather ask questions on their monthly per capita consumption expenditure. Okay, because according to them, they think that income is not a reliable response. Okay, rather expenditure is much more reliable response. Similarly, if you want to know about the occupational background in order to understand the social status, you can ask that their nature of the occupations in terms of the blue collar job, white collar jobs, professionals, informal job contracts, and so on. Now, so each of these operational definitions now has to be converted into some research questions, like what is the highest level of schools you have completed for the education. Same way you can pose questions. When you are posing questions through the operational definitions, your approach is much more systematic and your approach is much more easy, in a sense that it is much more scientific and easier to handle. Okay, now as I've already said, that this poverty, well-being, unemployment, worker, catastrophic health expenditure, unmet healthcare need, you can cite even the term gender. These are all very much abstract concepts. Okay, so these abstract concepts has to be narrowed down in order to get the variables of your interest, and these variables are then will be helpful for you to design your survey questionnaires. Okay, so the seemingly simple concept of poverty has been defined and measured in 100 different ways. So the researchers much define, conceptualize these issues in a much more meaningful manner. Okay, so therefore, what is the efficacy of this? It basically that these kinds of definition, once you construct the simplified definition, you may sometimes, because many things are not observable. So even if you are willing to ask questions, you are not sure that whether you will be able to elicit the correct, truthful answer. So in that case, many times it happens, the researcher has to narrow down the scope of the research from the abstract. You have to narrow it down to get much more precise elicitation of information. Okay, so the definition therefore bridges the abstract art of thinking into a much concrete art of doing. Okay, so when we are doing the survey-based research, one should understand the approaches towards a research. That means whether it is a deductive approach or an inductive approach. Now, what is meant by the deductive and the inductive approach? Now, the deductive approach is much more theory-driven, and it is a top-down kind of an approach. Top-down kind of approach means your research, your formulation of the ideas comes from the theories, and from the theories you formulate the ideas, and you would like to see that whether those theoretical insights are matching with the reality of your ground level evidences. Okay, so these kinds of approaches where you start from some theories and you try to see where these theoretical insights are matching with the realities from the ground level evidences is called the deductive research. And mind it, most of the quantitative research are largely deductive in nature. The other one is more of is called the inductive research, where the data the research is much more data driven rather than theory driven. So it is not the top down, but rather bottom down approach. That means the researcher goes to the field with an open mind, no theoretical insights on the background, which will compel him to ask some specific questions. Rather, the researchers goes to the field and just observe very minutely, okay? So, and then very minutely and intensively. And from the field observation, they come back and they try to formulate some theories, okay? So from the ground evidence towards some formulation of theories is something which the researchers in the inductive research approach are following. Okay, so here basically you are not testing some predetermined theories or ideas, but rather you are formulating some ideas from the evidences you collected from the field. Okay, and it is because of that it is often called the explorative research. Okay, now what are the different steps for doing the survey? So it starts with obviously your research objectives and the questions are in the background, but the operational phases it starts with the preparation for the data collections. Okay, so data collections means that you have to decide about the sample size. You have to prepare a very systematic questionnaire which will help you to just narrow down your objectives or research questions into certain variables, okay, of interest. And these variables are to be the information of these variables are to be sought from the respondent. So how to collect the data, how to minimize the biases and the variances which are associated with the data collections. And often the researchers also used both the approaches. That means mixed method. It is called the mixed method. That means combining the qualitative as well as the quantitative research in the same survey. Okay, so the next is the sampling design, that how to select the samples, how to make it most representative sample. Okay, representative sample means that the samples should capture all the heterogeneity of the population. Okay, so how you design the sample, that means whether you will go by the convenient samples or you will go by the random sampling. So the random sampling is a probability sampling, whereas convenient sampling is a non-probability sampling. Okay, so if you go by the random sampling, there are various types of random sampling. So since your main objective is the representativeness of the sample, you should try to understand whether your just simple random sampling is enough, or it may require some say stratifications are required in order to incorporate as much heterogeneity as possible. Okay, so I can give you an example. Suppose you would like to do some understanding, you want to see that how is the mental health of the PhD student in certain universities. Okay, and you can always, this is very pertinent because you know that the PhD students suffer from lot of uncertainties because no degree of PhD will help him or her to get a job. It can facilitate, it can enable, but it will not guarantee a job. So therefore there are a lot of uncertainties associated with that, and along with that, whether your PhD is going good, how is the equation with your supervisor. So many things are important in this stage. So in that case, it is, if you are interested to understand the mental health issues, you may think that you will just randomize, you have a list of all the PhD students enrolled in particular university, and then you just randomize it and you get the sample of certain sample size which you have earlier decided. Now, what is the problem which you may face in this kind of random sampling? Problem is that your samples, even though it is random, may not be representative. I'm just giving an example. Suppose you have decided to have a sample size of 250. Now, within this 250, the ideal sample should capture all the heterogeneity of the population, which is, your population is the total number of PhD students enrolled in particular university. Okay. Now, given that you have just randomly selected, it may be out of fluke that most of the students which you have selected in your sample are female. Okay. Now, in that case, what will happen? That your sample will lose the heterogeneity associated with the uncertainties and the mental health problems of the male students, because male are not fairly represented in your sample. Similarly, you may say you may have the sample composition is largely biased towards the student of the social science. Now, when you have that, again, you may have the problem that because the natural science, physical science, environmental science, all these science students who are enrolled in the PhD may have different kinds of mental health issues. As you know, that most of the science students stay for a very prolonged hours in the lab because their work is related to the close monitoring of certain experiments in the lab. So given that they spend a lot of time in a very much strict confinement, they may develop a different kind of mental health issues, which the social science students may not have. Now, in that case, if you even though your sample is random, you fail to incorporate that particular heterogeneity, your sample may not be representative. So whatever precision you take in terms of designing your questions, then asking the questions, that means recording all the information from the respondents very precisely and following all the steps which are required, even then your results will be either underestimation or overestimation of the true value of the population parameters, which is the mental health issues, the average mental health problem of the PhD students enrolled in a particular university. Okay, so the questionnaire design again is very, very important. I'd like to discuss about some of these issues which are related to the questionnaire designs, because the most important objective of the questionnaire design is that how to elicit the information from the respondent. That means how to motivate the respondent to provide you a truthful and sincere responses. That actually is will build up the base of your the database, which is the quality of your database. Okay, then the sample size, obviously larger the sample size, more is the representativeness of your sample, and therefore more will be the better is the quality of your data. Okay. So the mode of data collection, so you may be knowing that there are various modes of data collection. The most common form of data collection is the face-to-face interview. There are other forms of data collections like telephonic interviews through the Google Forms. So the online sources there are various online mechanisms through which the data are collected in the recent years, but all are having some pros and the cons. Okay, so the face-to-face interview is the best one in terms of many aspects, because you are continuously in eye contact with the respondents, and that basically leads to some kind of rapport building, and that helps the elicitation in a much more sincere manner. Okay, whereas the electronic medium or the telephonic medium of eliciting information or doing the surveys are helpful in terms of ensuring a large sample base, but at the same time it also has the problems in the sense that most of the respondents don't take the questions in a very serious manner, and therefore the responses are supposed to be not so much precise. That means the responses are contaminated by certain biases. Okay, so again the face-to-face interviews also can be done in two different methods. One is a traditional methods of pen and pencil method of interviewing, where the researchers goes with some hard copies of the question schedule and then ask questions and record spot. Another is the CAPI, which is a computer-assisted personal interview. This is becoming much more popular in the recent years because the researchers can help, can get the helps of the various softwares like the CS Pro, Survey CTO, Google Forms, Lime Surveys, etc., etc. So these softwares are useful in a sense that within a certain stipulated timeline, it enables the researcher to complete the entire schedule, which may not be possible in a kind of a PAPI kind of a survey, because a lot of questions are unnecessarily asked when you are in a direct confrontations and then recording it, and then recording, that means understanding what is the response of the respondents, and then recording it. In between, there are a lot of inefficiencies which can happen in the traditional methods. Okay, so the uploaded data can be used for monitoring data quality. So that means in the CAPI kind of methods, the data are instantaneously uploaded in a very regular manner. Okay, so it is like the softwares are recording the data, and it can be uploaded in Excel sheet in a very prompt manner. Okay, and then uploaded data can be always used for monitoring and for supervising. That means whether there is any gap, whether there is any inefficiency, whether there is any response problems associated with, or whether there is some more non-responses associated with certain questions, are basically can be very easily detected and can be sorted out. Like the data collections and the data process phase tends to be merged, because you are simultaneously doing these two, which also saves a lot of time. Interviewers can focus only on the content and the interviewing skills, because they don't have to record everything in a very detailed manner. Some entry of some codes basically takes care of most of these recordings. Okay, so the interview and I think that these are the advantages. But when we are doing the survey, you have to remember that the inaccuracies, there are a lot of inaccuracies which are associated with the different phases of the survey. Okay, so so what are the different in the sources of inaccuracies? Inaccurate or the absence of the sample frames. What is sample frame? Sample frame is that if you are not aware of the whole listing of the population of your study, in that case, you don't have the sampling frame. And if you don't have the sampling frame, many of the approaches of your samples, drawing the samples becomes faulty. Like you cannot calculate the standard error without knowing the sample frames. Similarly, you cannot, if you don't know the standard error, you cannot even calculate the ideal sample size depending on certain confidence level and margin of errors. Okay, and then there are insufficient, if your sample size is not adequate, even though you tried, but because of the lack of time, you cannot have the adequate sample size. So if your sample size is not so adequate, what are the consequences? That sample may lose many of the heterogeneities associated with the populations, and therefore your data, the quality of the data won't be good, which will lead to the contamination of your analytical results. Okay, poorly designed survey questionnaire is another important source of the inefficiencies, because the survey questionnaires should be free of ambiguities. It should be very simple. It should be in a very simple language, so that the respondents understand it properly and respond it in a proper manner. Sometimes it may happen that the questionnaire, the researchers get very much ambitious and ask a lot of questions, which are definitely, you can use it as a background information, but sometimes it gets too lengthy, and commonly it actually affects the fatigueness of the responders. So that means the responders, if they get fatigued, they won't just provide you truthful and sincere answers. So the researcher, there is a quality quantity trade-off which the researcher has to be remembered in order to design the questionnaire. A lack of experience and the commitment of the field agencies in collecting the data. So if the enumerators are hired, they should be trained properly so that they know what kind of, how to pose each of the questions, even though it is clearly spelled out. But sometimes, you know, it is the enumerators who may create a lot of confusion in posing the questions, okay? And that may lead to the contamination of the data, okay? So how the questions are to be posed, how the responses are to be interpreted, these are some things which needs very systematic and very disciplined training, rigorous training, okay? The interviewers lack understanding or having a faulty interviewing technique. So the interviewing technique is also to be learned. That means how to build the rapport so that the respondents get more at ease. So you have to just take them in confidence in order to ask various questions which are very confidential in nature, okay? Interviewers, sometimes the comprehensive errors on the respondents' part on hiding of the truth. Sometimes it may happen that the questions are designed in such a manner, or the responses are like that. The responders are not eliciting true or complete information. They're suppressing some facts. And that is something which the enumerator should be very much careful or able to detect that whether that means whatever information the respondents are sharing are not very sincere, okay? So that they can cross-check it through certain other means, okay? So inaccurate recording of the variables is another problem which is very much commonly, registered during the face-to-face interviews. Erroneous digital data entries from the paper questionnaire is another important source, okay? I'll think that these are the things which I'll discuss when I'll talk about the sample size. So now we will talk about the survey bias, because you know that any survey statistics, bias statistics is a bad statistics which contaminate the data, and therefore your interpretations or your results are not of good quality. So does the questions measures what is supposed to measure is something which one need to exercise caution before one goes to the field and start collecting the data for the survey. Does it measures the intended theoretical construct? So that means even if you want to just study poverty, but how you operationalized poverty and then how you narrowed down to certain indicators are to be very much in a very designed in a very explicit manner, so that there is no confusion from the designing of the question and then asking the question to the respondents. So in the survey, sampling bias therefore refers to the tendency of the sample statistic to systematically overestimate or underestimate the population parameters. And in these systematic bias obviously will contaminate your estimation exercise, okay? So increasing the sample size is something which is important, because the bigger the sample size, the higher is the precision of your sample statistics in estimating the population parameter. But the survey bias, which happens due to measurement, due to observations, these kinds of biases are not affected by sample size only, okay? So that means how you are you are posing questions, what kind of biases can be associated with each of the questions. These understandings are important in order to elicit the information and which can reduce the bias. Okay, so now let us discuss about some of the bias in the survey statistics. One is the selection bias. Selection bias is something which you will commonly heard in the academic environment. So the selection bias, what is selection bias? Selection bias basically means that any mechanism which does not make your sample a representative sample, that may lead to the selection bias. Now there are various sources of the selection bias. What are the sources? The first is that the coverage bias. So what is a coverage bias? Occurs when some members of the populations are inadequately represented in the sample. Okay, so then in that case, that means the heterogeneity associated with those composition of the population which you fail to incorporate in the sample is leading to the under coverage, and therefore your sample loses its representativeness. So in other words, some members of the population have a zero probability of not being selected in the sample frame, because sometimes it happens that the researchers are not aware of the sampling frame. What is sampling frame? It is the entire complete list of the all the members of the population. So if you are not aware of the sampling frame, in that case, capital N is your population size, and the small n is suppose your sample size. And what is the probability of any member of the population being selected in the sample is a small n divided by capital N. Now, if you don't know capital N properly, that means suppose you know that suppose the actual population size, I'm just giving a hypothetical example, is 1000, but you have taken because of your ignorance, you have 200 populations. Your understanding is that it is that population size is 800. So what is the problem in that case? This 200 which you have not taken, because your sample frames is consisting of only 800 members. So these 200 members will not have any probability of occurrence in your sample. Their probability is equal to 0. So that is basically leading to the coverage error. Okay, so coverage errors are very much popular in convenience samplings. Okay, sometimes you may find that the people just go to the market and then try to just pull some peoples and then interact with our Bible and fill up the questions in haste, and they say that this is their data. So these kinds of data can be suffering from these coverage errors. Okay, the non-response bias is actually the responses. Sometimes it happens that a section of the populations dropped out from participating in the survey. Okay, they say they don't have time, or they say they are not available, they say they don't know. So there may be, then any survey may have certain percentage of attrition. Attrition means these are the percentage or the proportion of the sample who are not participating in the survey. Okay, now these non-responses are very common, but it should not exceed more than 5 to 10% of your sample. If it is so, in that cases, again, you can your data can be biased, and the data can have some, that means this biased data may lead to the inefficient or imprecise estimation of the population parameters. Okay, so the non-responses, why the non-responses becomes an issue? Non-responses becomes an issue because if these non-responses happens in a systematic manner, then it is to be understood that a section of the population is not ready, a section of the samples are not ready to cooperate in the survey. Okay, why they are not cooperating, that is not known to, that is not observable, but that actually means that those who are cooperating and those who are not cooperating may be of a different categories, or maybe of different groups, who are actually, these differences are coming from some non-observable factors. Given that you cannot address these non-observable factors, your survey suffers from certain bias because there is a huge attrition issues. That means those who are they are not participating in the survey may be having some very, like they are very much say certain political political issues. Okay, so these political issues are confidential in nature, and when you are asking, people are hesitant to respond to those questions. Okay, and therefore they prefer not to participate in the survey. Now, given that they are the one who have a completed different ideas or different opinion about the topic of your survey, and they are not participating in the survey, but those who are participating in the survey may have a very a typical desirable opinion about the topic which you are trying to understand through the survey, then it becomes an issue that you fail to understand the other's view because of this non-response bias. Now there are self-selection bias. Self-selection bias means when you are asking people that you are giving certain options and saying that what do you think that this is something which is important factors for certain problems. Okay, so the people generally select something, and that can be very much again a source of bias, because these self-selections are maybe having certain specific behavior. They may reflect certain specific behaviors, and that may correlate with the other specific behaviors. So these problems does not represent the entire problem. Suppose you are going to a survey and then you are asking people that whether they have received certain government grants or not. Okay, and now it is and you are giving that some of the schemes like Ayushman Bharat, like in these PMMVY, that means Matritya Bandhana Yojana. There will be Shastho Shati, so the Kanyastree Yojana. So many different schemes you are asking them, and they are supposed to respond that which schemes they have received or not. Sometimes they just want to give you the information that they are deprived, and therefore even though they have these schemes, they don't they don't respond correctly. Okay, so this is basically a self-selection problems, and that may contaminate the data. Okay, then there is a recall bias. Recall bias is a very common kind of bias, because many survey questions ask the respondent to recall certain issues and so that those things are important for them, which have not happened in a very immediate past. Okay, so like do you have any extreme climatic events in the last 1 year? So do you have how many cattle you lost because of the cyclones? How many? So there is a tendency that people generally are prefer to remember something which they selectively they remember some of these things which they are fond of, but they deliberately forget some of these things because they are not so much fond of those things. That's a problem of the human, cognitive abilities. Okay, so therefore this recall bias is something which is very, very important source of bias, and one should be very careful about that. Like if you ask somebody that did you have any hospitalization, any you or any members of your households have hospitalization in the last 1 year, so the answer can be yes or no. So that can be precise. But when you are asking the next stage, that what is your medical bill, what is your transportation bill, what is your diagnostics bills, you may expect that because of the recall bias, people won't give you or not able to give you the precise information. So in that case, your survey is affected by these recall bias. Then there are social desirability bias. The social desirability bias is basically the tendency of the respondent to just respond to certain questions which are very much, which are very much what should I say, debatable, or which are having a very multiple opinion. There are certain social desirable responses. Okay, so you may find that the respondents are more inclined to just respond towards those the kind of answers which may just satisfy the the enumerator. Okay, so that is basically the social desirability bias. Like if you ask that, do you think, you are trying to understand the woman empowerment, and then you are saying that you know that in the rural areas wife beating is very common. Okay, now do you think that if the wife is not performing her responsibilities properly, the husband can beat the wife? Now what the social desirability says, that obviously no. But given that the respondent may not be sincerely believing that, respondents may think that to some extent chalta hai, this is something which is happening, it's widely common in the conjugal relations. So but he or she is suppressing that information and giving you the information which the socially it is desirable. Okay, similarly there are observer bias. Observer bias means that you are expecting that some of these responses which you expect that that means what I should say, that doing some of these things in terms of the cherry picking in a sense that you are the respondents has given you a lot of informations, okay, but the enumerators basically recorded those informations which he or she believes in his ideology. Okay, so and therefore suppressing many other informations which are contrary to his or her beliefs. So if these things happened in a systematic manner and widely, in that case your survey suffers from the observer bias. Okay, so there are other kinds of bias as well, like the survivorship's bias. Survivorship's bias basically happens when it focuses only on the one part of the data that is already went through, and the other part of the data is completely neglected. Suppose I'm giving you an example. You would like to understand the women's labor force participation. As you know that the recent time use data says that 2024 says that only 25% of the Indian women are in the labor force. Okay, so it's a very important area to understand. Now, when you are going to the field in the household survey and asking the woman that whether you are employed or not, and in a paid in a wage kind of an employment contract, and then asking the other detailed questions, that how much is the paid, what is the nature of your work, how many hours in the labor market, etc., etc. So it may happen that you are missing a whole lot of women who are already in the labor market, because they are not present in the household during the time of the survey. So given that they are absent and you are only asking a handful, the women who are, a handful of them may be working, and that they may be working in a morning shift, and therefore accidentally they are available. So given that you fail to record the women who are in the already in the labor market, you are basically the survey basically is affected by the survivorship bias. Similarly, you can have the omitted variable bias. Omitted variable bias happens during the measurement phase. That means when you run, suppose, a regression, you have taken the main variable of your interest as your predictor variable, and then you have an outcome variables. But there are many other variables which are needed to be controlled. Okay, that means these are the covariates which basically are important in the background, which are to be controlled. But if you fail to control those variables, then your estimation suffers from the omitted variable bias. Then there are whole lot of measurement bias. So the measurement bias basically happens due to the tangle during the interactions between the interviewers, enumerators, and the respondents. Okay, so the questionnaire and the interviewers and the respondents. So these three are something which are basically how these three are handled basically decides the outcome of the measurement error. Okay, so this occurs when the respondent's answer to a question is inaccurate, differs from the true response. The discrepancies between the measurement and the true value influence the analysis in a more subtle manner. So these are the different sources of the measurement error arising from the questionnaire and the items, can introduce variance and the bias via ambiguous and different kinds of questions. That means you have set the questions based on your objectives, but the questions are not full of ambiguity, or the questions are difficult to understand by the respondents who are mostly with a very low years of education. They're not so educated. Confusing instructions to the enumerators, because enumerators is the one who will conduct the survey in a very systematic and rigorous manner. All kind of instructions, every steps are important in deciding the outcome of the survey. So if they are not, instructions are incomplete, instructions are inefficient, then that may lead to the measurement bias. The interviewer himself, herself is also another source of the bias, because many may misinterpret. If they are not usually a big survey, the 10 days, 12 days in the workshops are conducted before the enumerators are allowed to go to the field and interact with the respondents. Okay, each of the questions are discussed in the length and breadth, because as a researcher, you know that your research ideas, you have formulated, you have conceived it, you have all kind of theoretical insights, and you have also taken a very important part in understanding the literature and the literature gap in order to design your research objectives and your research questions. But when you are involving some external agencies in terms of collecting the data, they are not so much knowledgeable. They are not supposed to know the ideas of your research, or they are not supposed to be well aware of the literature. Okay, so they are the one who will be instrumental in collecting the data which should be precise. So what is to be done is basically to give them a proper training, to give them the background information of what is meant by these research objectives, why it is an important research questions, what is the association or what is its link with the available literature, contemporary literature, and what each of the research questions aims to achieve in terms of elicitation of information. These are something which are very important in deciding the outcome of the survey. So if you are not doing that, they may misinterpret the questions, change the meaning, different behaviors can affect their responses. They may have a very strong beliefs or ideology which they can be unconsciously or consciously transmitted to the respondents, and the respondent therefore would like to please him or her respond it accordingly. Okay, the respondent's social desirability, satisfying acquaintance, recall bias, all these attritions, all these are something which are very important, which in order to decide the outcomes, which I'll discuss in little detail in the next part of the next slide. So unintentional ability and the memory problems are associated with the respondent. That means respondents are always constrained by their cognitive abilities. That the researcher should be very much aware of that. Okay, so you cannot ask questions one after another, because at some point of time they will feel fatigue. So you have to discuss many things in between to make them active in the participation. Okay, so the measurement errors. 1 minute. Sorry. So let me just define what are these different terms called satisficing, acquaintance, etc. means. So satisficing is basically when the respondents, instead of optimizing that means thinking rigorously and deeply on each of the question and then giving a sincere most answer, they basically take a cut route, and they basically just minimize their exhaustion or mental energy by just choosing something which is good enough to answer. Okay, this may lead to a skewed and overly positive or false data. Okay, so usually what they do, they agree options. Do you think this is something which is to be done? And the option is suppose yes or no, and often you will find that the respondents answer yes, but even though they don't sincerely mean it. Okay, because they are fatigued, because they have the cognitive limitations, they basically try to escape the or they basically try to just minimize the time of involvement in the survey. The theory of survey satisfying posits that a range of measurement errors in self-report questions arises from the inability or unwillingness of the respondents to carry out the psychological operations necessary to provide high quality answers. Okay, so the questions when you are asking, they should not be in a position that the enumerators or the researcher should be in a position that answers are not always in a straight line manner. That means it should not be always kept in a binary tone of yes, no. Okay, because these kinds of responses may lead to a satisfying answer. Okay, what is acquaintance bias? Acquaintance bias is basically the bias which is often called the agreement bias. They always gives the response in terms of yes. Okay, so do you think this? Do you think it should not be done? Yes. Do you think it should be done? Yes. So always with a positive response. Okay, but because even though they are responding positively, but that may not be their actual sincere answer. Okay, so this basically indicate a positive connotation disproportionately more frequently is an indicator that there is an acquaintance bias happening in the interactions. Okay, the recency effect and the primacy effects are also something which often should be modified when during the questionnaire designs, like the individuals or the respondent suffers from their cognitive skills. So when you give some multiple options, okay, and then ask that which one do you think that is that you faced. Okay, so suppose you ask the respondent that do you face credit constraints? Okay, so the answer is yes or no, and when the answer is yes, you are directed towards that what are the options of the sources of your credit constraints. So it can be that poor asset base, it can be that don't have the formal sector bank in the nearby localities, and it can be that the moneylenders charges exorbitantly. It can be that the earning of the individuals are very low, therefore they don't just go for any unnecessary indebtedness. So a whole lot of questions are there. Now, what the prime recency effect is basically, the respondents can't recall all the options. They would just like to quote the one which is last given. Okay, so that is called the recently given because of their recall problems. Okay, or the primacy effect is just the reverse. That means they only remember the first few options and therefore don't pay attention to the others, and therefore they just concentrate on the first options more widely. Okay, so that is basically called the primacy effect. So this recency and the primacy effect of the responses are something which is also another source of the measurement error. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Can you please conclude the session?
Yes, I think that it's actually, this is a very broad area, and lot of things
Yes,
are
ma'am.
there. So I discussed about the bias. Then there are important issues related to the questionnaire designs. Then there are issues related to the sample size determination. So many things are there. I would like to just conclude and then take some questions. That would be much better way if you want me just to wind up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So if you have some questions, then that will be wonderful. So I would like to just respond to those questions, and then obviously.
First of all, I would like to express our heartfelt regards and gratitude to
Sorry.
Professor
Sorry, can you please repeat? I am not able to.
We'll take up some questions, but before that, I would like to say, so far I know her, Professor Rajendri can manage speaking about social science research at a straight 7 to 8 hours. So, anything you want from her in survey research, in social science research, can be easily understood by her lucid deliberation, which is very much meaningful to all and understandable to everybody. In spite of that, if you have any questions, you can ask only 2-3 questions will be taken. But Professor Rajendri is available, so you can, if you have any more questions, you can ask her through me, so that you will get your answer. As the conference timing and keeping in view the confidence of the college, I request you to limit yourself within 2 questions. Please, if you have any question, you can ask. Now, Professor Rajendri is clearly visible.
Yes.
I'll ask you to stop your presentation so that you are seen clearly. Do you have any question?
I think the last day you are expecting too much. They are exhausted. They are exhausted of listening and listening.
Not at all.
You are super energetic.
Whenever you speak, we are motivated. Especially I am motivated.
That I know very well. So your energy should be percolated in an even manner. So you are super energetic.
I don't know if you can see me or not. Would you be someone familiar from JNU, because I'm also a pass out of that university and a student of advertising and publications from INC, which is in the same campus as yours. Well, I work in a bank right now. I'm with Standard Chartered Investment Banking. I'm an assistant vice president there. Great to see how you have presented your research methodologies today. But while looking at your paper, I just want to ask you, if tomorrow I have to do a GST-based research in my company, for example, but we all know that probably the details that we get might be pretty restricted because a lot of information might be there in the government side as well. And it's restricted, it's sometimes unstructured. So when not a survey or like this, but I want to know what can I expect in the next 5 years. What is the best methodology that you suggest for a bank, for an international bank like us?
So best methodology on, can you please repeat once again? Best methodology on?
So it's a GST conference, right? So I was thinking that tomorrow I have to do a GST research where I want to understand what is the GST ROI that I can get. And we know that most of the information which is available might be restricted because a lot of that information is held by the government today. So what do you think in today's time, with the evolving financial landscape that we have, What do you think can be the best research methodology that I can apply to get the questions on GST?
I understood. So obviously, when you are dealing with the GST, the most important part from the government's points of view is that GST is a source of why the GST was modified and simplified, because it aims to simplify the tax structure so that more people are compliant to the tax. And why it is so? Because that would increase the tax base, so the revenue base of the government, right? Now, why the tax base is important? Because there is always an incentive for the individual to abate tax. So that means, sorry, the evade tax. So this tax evasion, in order to reduce the tax evasions, lot of experiments takes place, lot of modifications the nation governments generally takes place. Nation governments adapts in order to make it an efficient practice. Okay, so that very less people actually escape not paying the taxes. Now, GST, given that it is an indirect tax, obviously in that case you have to collect information from the various providers of service, and then the producers of the goods. So in that case, if you are interested, suppose depending upon your research questions and research objectives, suppose you are interested to understand the scenario of tax evasion, okay, so that whether there is any incentives for the producers, for the companies to evade the tax. Okay, now for that, what you need is that you cannot get the data from the given public domains. That means in the government portals, this entire list of the data, only it will show that this percentage of the revenue has been increased from the GST heads, or this is the number of compliance, these kinds of informations you will be able to get. But if you want to do some more micro-based studies, like if you want to understand that what are the problems faced by those who file the GST tax, what are the problems associated with that? Is there any which basically lead to evade taxes? Okay, so in that case, you have to go to the small petty businessmen, and then interact with them and ask questions. Okay, now what is the best method of collecting data? That is definitely, it depends upon how you what is your research objectives. It cannot be very point blank. One can't say that this is the best objectives or this is the best method. So if you have data from the large surveys, from the RBI provides you some data which is not supposed to give, but I think that the finance ministry provides some data. In that case, you can just concentrate or focus on the secondary database analysis. But if your data is, if your research is more from the perspective of the micro understanding of tax efficiency, in that case, you need to get data on your own through primary survey. And then obviously what methods of measurement, which is in the last, how you analyze the data. There are n number of methods which are available. So the regression is basically a tool, but in regression also there are a lot of methods, and that are very much specific. I cannot just give you a very generic kind of an answer that do this method. Like I can tell you that in order to handle the non-observables, as I said, that there are many information, even though you ask, people will not give you. So this becomes non-observable. So if you have to handle this non-observable in a quantitative data analytical framework, in that case, you have to just standard way of regression is not enough. You have to use the two-stage least squares to address the endogeneity problems. Okay, so the endogeneity problems can be handled in various, it's called the instrumental variable approach. Okay, so there are many methods, very sophisticated methods, and sophisticated softwares are also nowadays doing wonderful jobs. But your questions at this point, if you are not very much specific, it seems to be little more open-ended. So I can give you a number of answers, but I don't know which one will be actually your requirement.
For your question, nice question, and rightly pointed out. And Professor Rachuduri is an all-rounder, so she knows how to draw with 6s, 4s, and many over boundaries. So many things will come up from data redundancy, data reliability, validity, then heteroscedasticity, everything will come up in due course in survey research, in social science research. But I think for today we have to wrap up because paucity of time. Professor Rajendra is also with us. He is our passionate associate of Indian Academic Researchers Association. In spite of her very busy schedule, she was very busy till 1:30 today. But still she is having full energy. Her face shows that she is having 500% energy with her to deal with these issues of social science research. So, heartfelt regards and gratitude to Professor Indrani Rajendra, Professor of Economics, Center for Studies in Regional Development, School of Social Science Research, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, India, and will not end up with only good words. We will express our heartfelt regards and gratitude. You believe me, Professor Amit Kumar, the Honorable Principal, is with me here present throughout, listening your deliberation. And we have good memento, everything for
my
you.
best regards to him.
We could not give you physically, but this is the best platform to announce that IARA happily announces Research Excellence Award 2026 to be conferred with all sorts of rights and responsibilities to Professor Indrani Rajendra. Have a big applause for
I'm
her.
extremely humble.
We are humbled to confer you that award, and we'll be sending you in due course. And we also express on behalf of the college, on behalf of the organizers, on behalf of IARA, all sorts of love, regards, and gratitude to you, not only for being here, but with all your energy, expertise, knowledge, and skill to enhance the integrity of research, especially amongst the budding researchers in social science research. Thanks to the audience also, especially ma'am from JNU, for asking pertinent questions to make the interaction lively. So thank you, and with this we call it a day. This part of the special session on research in social science, special deliberation by Professor Indrani Rajendra is now declared over. Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a nice time. Please be with us in the next course of program. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much. Thank you. I congratulate. I can see that this is a very successful, successful deliberation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And now we are almost at the fag end of the 2 days international conference organized by Prabhat Kumar College, Pantai, West Bengal, in association with Prabhat Kumar College, in association with IARA, Indian Academic Researchers Association. Now we are at the valedictory session. Before it starts, I request two veteran eminent academic administrators, Professor Dr. Devashish Bhomik, Honorable former Principal of Rishi Bankingham Evening College, Kolkata, West Bengal, to be on the dais, and Dr. Ashok Mundal, Honorable former Principal of Bosirat College, one of the biggest college in the district of North Twenty-Four Autonomous, to be on the dais. And we also have with us as the session chair of the valedictory session, Professor Dr. Amit Kumar De, Honorable Principal, Prabhat Kumar College, Kontai, West Bengal. And we also have another eminent personality. We all know eminent actress, Papia Odigari. She was my favorite actress since my childhood, and now her very able daughter, Dr. Sukhetana De, she has completed PhD degree under my supervision, but she is not a politician. She is not an actress. She is a very good poet, has published lot of books, and also she is a meditator. She is an entrepreneur in the Ayurveda market. She is holding one company of her own, and she is a successful meditator. So she will act as the rapporteur of this special valedictory session. But before starting, it's my humble task to invite Dr. Tapas Kumar Tripathi, Conference Secretary, to felicitate our Honorable Principal and two veteran principals, with Uttorio and water bottles. Because they have traveled a lot, they need some water with the bottle. Dr. Ashok Mundal. Dr. Ashok Mundal. Next is on the one. You see, they have served at least 30-35 years in academics, so we need a big round of applause for them. Dr. Devasith Bhumi. I request Dr. Krishnendra to felicitate Dr. Devasith Bhumi, because he is also a senior professor of commerce. When I was a student, he was the principal. I request Dr. Tapas Kumar Tripathi to felicitate Dr. Sukhetana De with the Uttorio. And the folder. Other folder of Uttorio. It works. Now, I would like to hand over the chairperson of the valedictory session certificate to Professor Dr. Amit Kumar. And I would like to request Dr. Devasith Bhumi to hand over the rapporteur certificate to Dr. Sukhetana. I request Dr. Amit Kumar De sir to hand over my chairperson certificate in technical session 4. Now, another pleasant task. Unveiling of newsletter of IERA. Although, for the convenience sake, it is given in your kits, but officially it was not unveiled. Yesterday we unveiled the conference proceedings with ISBN. Now I would like to invite another eminent personality, Dr. Mohita Gayan, an eminent academician and a very prominent person in the field of academics, to come onto the dais. I would like to request Dr. Tapas Kumar Tripathi to felicitate Dr. Manish Gayan with Audio and the seminar kit. You welcome. Yes.
Suppose.
Please call me after 2 hours. Now it's the turn to unveil our newsletter of IERA. I request all the dignitaries present to unveil the newsletter. Please come here. I know everybody is annoyed because already there is a late in announcing the hour, but I love to make you annoyed because we have another pleasant task left. We have to unveil one book. My long experience as program coordinator, program officer of NSS, and the full effort of another young professional, Monami Bhadra, from Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar University, Kolkata. Please come over the dais. This is our jointly authored book. This will be unveiled in this August gathering. Please come up. I request Dr. Day and Dr. Gain jointly to unveil the full. This is a book on my Bharat, and as a part of instrumental effectiveness of my Bharat in the vision of Viksit Bharat India 2047. This is the experiential learning handbook unveiled authored by me and Monami Bhadra. Young professional, NSS Regional Directorate, Kolkata, West Bengal. Now, you take a copy, and this is mine. And now I will request Monami to explain in a few words about the book. Come to the dais.
Respected dignitaries, delegates, my respected guide, mentor, and well-wisher, and all the dignitaries who are present here. So, my Bharat is basically a youth policy, a youth scheme which has been featured and originated from the concept of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, the NSS or the National Service Scheme, which is a social service platform, mainly works on the development of youth, youth empowerment, youth development, building up personality of youth and development of the skills towards the Vision Bharat 2047. So My Bharat is one of the most promising policy features in the portal of Ministry of Youth Affairs that has been launched recently in 2023, where the youths are given multiple opportunities of experiential learning through the digitalized platform as well as learning outside the classroom through learning by doing and experiences. So this book, which has been jointly co-authored by myself, the young professional from the Directorate of NSS West Bengal, and of course my guide and mentor, and the face of NSS coordinator for the last 30 years of this state. So we have jointly co-authored this book regarding the prominent experiential features that our Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, has launched from 23 for the development of the future generation, of the future citizens, of the future students through the digital platform beyond the classroom.
Thank you, Manavik, for explaining the motto of doing the book. Although this is my 58th individual authored or co-authored book, but I feel every time I feel that a new baby is born, and we have the plan to go ahead with the comparative study with the West Bengal perspective. My Bharat is launched more or less 1.5 years. So within this short time, there is this is not possible to make the comparison, but within very short period, we'll be coming up with those state and country comparisons. Thank you, Manavik. And now our turn to come up with the awards. First, the IAR awards, and then to announce the Best Paper Award of the technical session. Principal sir is very busy, so we'll request him to be with us for next 5 to 10 minutes. First, I would like to call upon Dr. Girish Borwa to the dais. He is an eminent philosopher, very senior professor of philosophy of the northeastern India, especially in Assam. I will request Professor Borwa to first say a few words to the organizers, especially the IAR and the college, and give us some blessings. He is a very young personality, only I think 85. So he is the youngest amongst all of us, very energetic, sitting calm and quiet. Now it's over to Dr. Borwa. Sir.
Thank you for your compliments. Respected Chairman, sir. Persons, and also for I'm not very glad to be here because I am 54 years old, very young boy. I have been invited here to receive the award. Based on this award. That's why I have come. With you, my wife, Mrs. Ania Borwa. We have been as principal on the HOD of the Service Department of the Bhutan College. My business partner, Dr. Dipankari Sharma Borwa, she is the professor of English, JP University, Bhutan. My little daughter also has come to is Ramakrishna Borwa. She is in Germany, educating of mass communication. Sorry, environmental science. And my youngest daughter is from Bangalore. She also is in Bangalore in mass communication. So they have not visited Calcutta before. Yes, Sundays we did several places of Calcutta. Of course, I was here in a very young age for 15 days for a bit of my one of the most Indian philosophy, and the program of which was written by Dr. Professor Devi. Along with him, I was there in Andhra University. Then I was there for MPhil courses, and he was there as a visiting professor. So we became like friends, you see. And I had a very cordial relationship with him. So he was pleased to write a program of my book in the philosophy. Actually, I don't know whether I am fit for receiving the award or not, but I thank the organization for appreciating my work, you see. I have published up till now 140 books, of which 60 books have been written by me, 20 books have been edited by me, and more than 25 books have been translated by me from English personally. I also translated the whole Bhagavata Purana from Sanskrit into so that is my activity. I retired long ago, 2002, as a professor of philosophy in local college, and I was also teaching in the Constitutional Department of Local University. At the time, it was a college, now it is a university. So I have come over here to meet the people to have an acquaintance of the locality and environment here. And I should not speak much more because it is already late. And I again thank all of you for receiving me and awarding me this. Thank you.
So we are humbled that such a brilliant personality has traveled from Assam to West Bengal to take the award. So it's honor for all of us, not for you. And I request now Professor Dr. Amit Kumar Dey and Dr. Rai jointly to hand over the Lifetime Best Academic Researcher Award 2026 to be conferred to Dr. Girish Borua. Please join a big hand. Have a big applause for Dr. Borua. I request Professor Dr. Amit Kumar Dey to hand over the diploma and Dr. Mohit Jain to hand over the certificate to Dr. Borua. I am audible. I am not using the microphone. A big round of applause for Dr. Borua.
You can come in the middle and all of you can come together. Yeah, it will be better if you kindly come here so that all of you are together because this will be circulated all over Assam. Not only here.
Those who will take award, request come over here so that there is a clear picture. You take award from here, everybody. Next, I request Dr. Amit Kumar Dey and Dr. Mohit Jain to hand over the Lifetime Achievement Award to one of our veteran teacher, professor, academic administrator, Dr. Devashish Bhomik. Have a big applause, big round of applause for him. I also request Dr. Suchetana De and Dr. Mohit Rai to hand over the Lifetime Achievement Award to another veteran teacher, professor, principal, former principal of Kosirat College, Dr. Ashok Mondal. Have a big round of applause. Now I would like to request Dr. Amit Kumar Dev sir. You are very busy, but this is the last hour to be conferred by you because all are in the principal category. Another very reverend person, former principal of IPMR, Institute of Business Management and Research, Kolkata. Best Principal Award goes to, I don't want to say the name, because the persons present here have experience till day one, from 9 a.m. till the end. He was present with full energy. He cannot be called a former principal. He is very energetic. So, the best principal award goes to Professor Dr. Subroto Mohan Pal, principal of IPMR Kolkata. Now the next award. Now we started with the veterans, coming to the field of women empowerment. This was a category in which it was decided by the jury. Our jury is having 12 persons already stated with 6 vice chancellors all over the world. They unanimously decided that the persons conferred PhD degree by prominent university and having some experience in research will be conferred Research Excellence Award. The Research Excellence Award for this year goes to none other than Dr. Mona Lisa Marti. I request Dr. Amit Kumar and Dr. Mohit Rai to confer the award to Dr. Mona Lisa Marti. This is also microphone that incidentally or coincidentally, I am her poor husband and very proud of her. Now, I request Dr. Mona Lisa Maiti to stay because another important award, Lifetime Achievement Award, goes to none other than the Honorable Principal and Secretary of Hiranal Majumdar Memorial College Women, Dr. Soma Ghosh. I request Dr. Amit Kumar De and Dr. Mohit Rai to hand over the memento and certificate. Dr. Maiti will receive in favor of our principal. Another example of women empowerment. You have already experienced that with the research excellence, what a researcher can do. And in the field of social service. So, this year, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Social Service Award goes to none other than Monami Bhadro. I request Dr. Amit Kumar De and Dr. Mohit Rai to hand over the award to Monami Bhadro.
woman empower talented বলা যেতে পারে talented person, young talented resource person, academic and resource area. Oh, okay.
This award goes to me, although not in my name. I feel proud. I'm a teacher of 30 years. 30 years experience. When I was in my nascent stage, there was a boy, very shy, not able to talk properly, but very brilliant. And now that tree has grown up in the form of Master and Doctor of Law in a prominent university with his excellence in research. We are happy and proud to announce that that boy was my student in my nascent stage. Dr. Amrita Dasgupta is being conferred Research Excellence Award. He is the Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Federal University of West Bengal. He is conferred Research Excellence Award. I request Dr. Gayan and Dr. Day to confer the award.
লটা এই করতে এই যে জাস্টিস
Now we see a person who is always outspoken in media, in social media, everywhere there is a protest, he is there. He is an eminent author, a prolific researcher, and also a good spokesperson who speaks for ourselves. I request Dr. Krishnendu Ghosh, Dr. Suchedana Dey, and Professor Dr. Amit Kumar Dey to hand over the Research Excellence Award to Dr. Mohit Gayan, who is the Associate Professor and Vice Principal of City College, Kolkata.
I am the child of God and say, মোর নাম এই বলে খ্যাত হোক আমি তোমাদেরই লোক।
Very good. Thank you so much. একটু বাংলায় বলবো, আমাকে সবাই খুব জাতা বলে বিকজ অফ মাই হেলথ। আমি আপনাদের দেখিয়ে দেবো যে এরকম শুধু এই স্যার বলেন না, বাকি সবাই জাতা বলেন
না
যে এরকম হেলথ নিয়ে কিচ্ছু করা যায় না। আমি প্রমাণ করে দেবো যে এর থেকেও ভালো হেলথ নিয়ে একটা কলেজে সেটা তো ইনস্টিটিউশন হওয়া যায় এবং ভালো রিসার্চ করা যায় একই সঙ্গে। তো দিস ইয়ার একাডেমিক এক্সেলেন্স অ্যাওয়ার্ড এর একটা প্যারামিটার আছে, যারা রিসার্চ ছাড়াও একাডেমিক অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেশনে কিছু করে দেখিয়েছেন তাদের জন্য ওই অ্যাওয়ার্ড। দিস ইয়ার একাডেমিক এক্সেলেন্স অ্যাওয়ার্ড goes to none other than Dr. Subharu Goswami, teacher in charge of BC Bhushan Business College. I request Dr. Amit Kumar Dey, Dr. Mohit Gayan, and Dr. Krishnendu Ghosh to hand over the award. We have another academic excellence award. This person is also seen every day in media, in social media. He is in Vikas Bhavan, he is in college. Every day he is active. None other than Dr. Pradeep Thaki, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Hirakal Majumdar Memorial College, Kolkata. He is not present here, but I have requested Dr. Monalisa Maiti to to take the award. I request Professor Dr. Devashish Bhowmik and Dr. Ashok Kondor to confer the award along with Dr. Mohit Gai to Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Very busy. Now, Robin and Robin training. Principal training. একই ছাতার মতো তিনটে কলেজ একটা কলেজে প্রিন্সিপাল যখন বসে আছে we take the opportunity to honor Dr. Gautam Kumar Ghosh. He is the principal of Rishi Chandra College, which has got highest marks, highest points in class NAC assessment in all the degree colleges of West Bengal. Now the best principal award goes to Dr. Gautam Kumar Ghosh, principal RBC College, and I request Dr. Suvaran Goswami sir to take the award in favor of his colleague. I request Dr. Amit Kumar Dey and Dr. Mohit Gai, Dr. Krishan Ghosh to hand over the award to Dr. Suvaran Goswami. Thank you. We always say, আমাদের বলতে আরে আমি রে মানে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে she is also there. She is my girl, she is my daughter. But we are talking about another person who started from zero with very less confidence. Now he is a man with confidence and a very good researcher, very good family man. Although he is quite shorter because within 1 month he lost his 3 very close relations. But with his research he has proved that he is excellent. So research excellence award goes to none other than Dr. Darpan Bhattacharya, who is the faculty member, Desbondu Mahavidyalaya, West Bengal. Please come over here. I request Dr. Amit Kumar Dey, Dr. Krishan Ghosh, Dr. Mohit Gai, hand over the award to him. Another
ও কিন্তু দর্পণের সরস্বতী
another very good researcher. I am telling to the young researchers, don't lose your hope. This person, please stand up. No, this person. He submitted his research paper in a Scopus journal in 2018, and that paper was published. I am the desk editor of the journal of Industrial Group, but I withdrawn my name. He is my awarded scholar, so as a part of ethics, I withdrawn my name. His paper got published in 2025 after 19 reviews. So, a lesson to you all, don't lose your hope, don't lose your patience. So, because of his excellence in research, Dr. Arnob Kumar Samanto is the able son of another principal, very well-known principal of Bardwan district, Dr. Devaprasad Samanto. So, Dr. Arnob Kumar Samanto. He is the head of the Department of DBA of Netaji Mahavidyalaya, West Bengal, Arambagh. So this award is conferred by Dr. Amit Kumar Dey and Dr. Mohit Gai and Dr. Krishan Ghosh. Thank you. Another person, there is a separate category. Best librarian category. He is a librarian, he is an accuracy coordinator, very good speaker, humble personality. Above all, his hometown is one time. He couldn't come because of his health. But I request the person who made me that which he is now, none other than Dr. Devasith Bhowmik. I request Dr. Devasith Bhowmik sir to confer the award in absentia, and I request Dr. Subhaну Goswami sir to take up the award of Best Librarian to Dr. Santosh Kumar Tunga, Librarian of Basic Computer Evening College. You please stay here because there is another personality who is a social activist, who is himself a dynamic personality, a leader, and very beloved one. But in spite of that, he never learned to stop. He always moves and moves. None other than Srinankur Bhattacharya. So this year, on behalf of IARA, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Social Service Award goes to none other than Srinankur Bhattacharya. I request Dr. Subharu Goswami sir to take up the award on behalf of Srinankur Bhattacharya. I request Devasith Bhowmik sir, Ashok Mandal sir, and all other dignitaries to come up to hand over the award to Srinankur Bhattacharya. Again, we move to EM Research Award. You have all experienced that our awards are not out of air. What a good paper was presented by Devkumar Shiva, a prolific researcher of Coachbihar Conference University. So this year, EM Research Award 2026 is being conferred to Devkumar Shiva of Coachbihar Conference University, to be conferred by all the dignitaries. I think we are tired of clapping. A big round of applause for him. Sutitana Day, when she came to me as a researcher, I was not at all bothered about her affiliation, about her introduction. I even didn't know that she was the daughter of a hospital. And today also I am not bothered because she is so gentle, so sincere researcher, and her research speaks for everything. I am proud to say that she has done a remarkable research in the area of Ayurvedic, and even the Patanjali corporates also taking her model. She was the first person to make up the model of that research in Ayurvedic marketing. So, research excellence award goes to the famous meditator Dr. Suchetana Dey.
I would like to say this research was only possible because Sir gave the strength and motivation to complete it and have patience. So this award is only not mine, also for Sir. For him only today I am able to get my degree and finish my PhD. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You are most welcome.
It's our youngest poet of Hindi language. Thank you. Poet, na?
So, I request one historian to give award to another famous historian, Professor Madhav Chandra Adhikari, Professor Department of History, and now the Register Officiating of Coachbihar Conference University. Best Academic Researcher Award goes to Professor Adhikari. I request Devkumar Shiva to take over the award. He has given an authorization to take it officially. I request all the dignitaries to join hands to hand over the award. Another prolific researcher, Guru of Devkumar, is saying here. Dr. Amit Kundu, a very serious prolific researcher, বাংলা আমরা যাকে পাগল বলি। হল খালি হয়ে গেলেও উনি রিসার্চের জন্য হলে বসে থাকেন আমার মতে। তো রিসার্চ এক্সেলেন্স অ্যাওয়ার্ড
আমার নিচে নাম কি? অমিত কুন্ডু।
goes to none other than Dr. Amit Kundu. I request Devkumar to take the award. I request all the dignitaries to take the award. Another prolific researcher in the field of geography, Dr. Shashank Kumar Gai. He was very eager to come, but he has a high fever. He called me, so I request Devkumar to take the award for Professor Shashank Kumar Gai, Professor of the Head Department of Geography, Coach Bihar Mathur Barma University. একজন গায়ন আরেকজন গায়নকে অ্যাওয়ার্ড দিতে পারে। Another very good researcher, because of his ill health, he couldn't come. Young Researcher Award goes to none other than Ranjit Burman, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Pramod Kumar College, Panchayat. I request Dr. Tapas Kumar Tripathi to take the award. Dr. Tripathi, please come and take the award from the dignitary. We have a very sad news to announce. This year, IARA nominated one worthless person for an award, and I request all the dignitaries to hand over the Lifetime Achievement Award to that worthless person.
Indian talent cover and gold, yes. All over India. Dr. Brilliant scholar and talented researcher and good teacher of administrator
Now,
all over India.
it's our turn to hand over the Best Paper Awards. Our expert panel unanimously decided to confer awards in three sections. For the first technical section, the jointly authored paper of Pranam Dhar and Suriyata Pradhan for the Best Paper Award. I request Habibur Rahman to take the award.
Habibur.
The next Best Paper Award in the same section goes to Professor Amalendu Bhuiya and Dr. Somu Ganguly. I request Habibur to take the award. For the section 2, the first Best Paper Award goes to the jointly authored paper of Mr. Amit Bolel and Professor Pranam Dhar. I request Ramkumar Rana to take the award. Next Best Paper goes to jointly authored paper of Habibur Rahman and Professor Pranam Dhar. I request Habibur to take the paper. To take the certificate.
নাম কি? টপিক কি?
The topic is accounting for zakat as a measure of Islamic finance and overview. The next best paper award for practical session 3 and 4 combined goes to Professor Amit Kundu and Mr. Dev Kumar Pillai. The topic is impact of goods and service tax, GST on the Indian economy and econometric analysis. I request Dev Kumar to take the certificate. Next best paper award goes to jointly authored paper of Rajkumar Rana and Pranam Dhar. The title of the paper is Women Empowerment as a Driver of Empowerment, Insights from West Bengal. I request Rajkumar Rana to take the award. Now it's almost over. I request Dr. Sukhitanathan to offer a formal vote of thanks. And with this, and with the national anthem, we will end up.
International Conference on GST Reform 2.0 issues and challenges with reference to Indian economy to be organized by Prabhat Kumar College, Content, West Bengal, affiliated to Vidyasagar University, West Bengal, under the aegis of the International Quality Assurance Center, IQAC, in collaboration with Indian Academic Researchers Association, IAI. The last 2 days, that is yesterday and today, has been a hub of knowledge. We had beautiful presentations, technical sessions organized by IAI. Our sir, Dr. Sri Parampurusaran sir, Honorable All India President of IAI, our state president, Professor Dr. Pranam Gaur sir, and all the members of Indian Academic Research Association came together to organize this with Prabhat Kumar College content. We had an opening song by the student. We had Dr. Sabosh Tripathi, the organizing convener of the conference. We had the Honorable Principal of Prabhat Kumar College, West Bengal. We had our sir and many dignitaries who were